The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez Jr., Mind Body Soul Productions, 2020. United States Army veteran and Minnesota filmmaker David Crowley was accused of murdering his wife and daughter before taking his own life in December of 2014. The Apple Valley Police Department suspects the bodies were inside the Minnesota home for 3 weeks after they were found by neighbors on January 17, 2015. Within 24 hours of finding the bodies, authorities assumed this was a double murder-suicide. The culprit was deceased, and the public was not in any danger. On the day the bodies were found, authorities did not see a bullet hole in the living room ceiling or a bullet in the living room carpet. These were two of the most important items in this case, as they were tied to David Crowley and his daughter. It was only after investigators were told of their existence that they returned to the crime scene on 2 separate occasions and retrieved the 2 spent rounds. What did authorities find in the Crowley house that proved David Crowley murdered his wife and daughter and then killed himself? Without a motive, and with the absence of guilt, the case was closed with the status of exceptionally clear. If David is truly guilty of this crime, then authorities should be forced to prove their theory. The Gray Stage exists solely because of the official conclusion as stated on page 92 of the Apple Valley Police Reports PDF. With the conclusion of the review of digital devices, Detective Brian Bone reported on October 7, 2015, there is no other information available for further investigation. Throughout this investigation, the AVPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David Crowley is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself. This book, The Gray Stage, is a direct response to the allegations against David Crowley. Due to the lack of evidence against David, I felt it necessary to write this book. One of the reasons I decided to write The Gray Stage was to help convince the Apple Valley Police Department to reopen case number 1500303. Either the Apple Valley Police Department should be forced to prove David Crowley guilty, or they should admit the case is unsolved. Because the official investigation failed to prove David Crowley guilty, I can only assume he is not. What other conclusion could I possibly reach under the current circumstances? Hey everyone, thank you for listening to the Gray Stage podcast. Before we get started here, I just want to remind you that if you haven't heard about Anchor, it's the easiest way to make a podcast. Let me explain. It's free. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast all in one place. Download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started. Okay, Dan, take it away.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is June 28, 2020. We'll be reviewing on this podcast number 6 of the book, The Gray Stage, written by Greg Fernandez Jr. Joining us today will be Catherine, Greg, and myself for this episode. How is everyone doing today?
Awesome.
Doing great.
Good. Well, we've got an interesting chapter to cover here. Greg's book is, for the new listeners out there, it's a 16-chapter book detailing the Crowley case murders. And this chapter today is called The Living Room. And because most of the details took place in the living room, this is going to be one heck of a chapter to cover. We may have to break this down into several parts, but we'll try it. We'll see how far we get here today. I'll start off by reading the first paragraph. Blood spatter in the living room was, quote, mostly on ground. according to BCA crime scene team lead Bill Cooksley. A black Springfield XD-40 handgun, which is item 1A, with a rubber Hogue grip sleeve was found cocked on the living room floor, quote, several inches from David's left hand, according to Detective Tommy Booth. Detective Brian Bone was more specific, stating the gun was approximately 1 foot to the south of the left side of David's body. According to the firearm worksheet, some apparent blood-like substance was found in the barrel of the gun. The worksheet also mentioned apparent rust-like material, which could have been found on one of the 3 unspent cartridges in the gun. Now, the nice thing, if you're following along in Greg's book here, this is page 35 of the book. Once again, it's chapter 5 of the book. And Greg adds the sketch, the police drawing sketch, the handwritten sketch below in the book that shows the layout of the individuals and the bodies there. And remember, we have to keep in mind that the CAD or the drawing, the computer-aided drawing, number one, does not match what that was really at all. So that's another thing we could cover. But that's the first paragraph, Greg. You want to get us started on some of your questions and comments?
Yeah, I think...
Or Catherine. Let's start off with Greg.
Sure. I think, obviously, the biggest question is to make sure that this is where the crime actually happened. Now, I can't prove that it did or that it didn't, but this is where they say that the crime happened. And I think the most obvious reason why they say that, obviously, is because this is where the 3 bodies are found. This is where the gun is found. Everything seemed normal until a lot of people started mentioning blood and the lack of blood. And I was still very skeptical and still trying to give the police the benefit of the doubt. Well, maybe the blood isn't there. Maybe we're just not seeing it. And so it was pretty interesting to hear people's views once they started mentioning velocity, blood and where the blood should be. How come we're not seeing more blood? And I still went back and thought, well, maybe we're not seeing it, maybe because it's on that blue blanket. Maybe because it's on the living room carpet. That carpet, I do believe the carpet is a little deceptive, and that there might be more blood on that carpet than we could see through those cameras. And the police obviously were not using the best cameras. I think that's clear too. But so that was the first thing, was to, I kept going back and saying, well, why are we having so many people, so many different people with so many different views on this case that are all saying that they don't think that the crime happened here? So what I wanted to do is just kind of document what the police were saying, why they think that the bodies were here, why they think that the whole crime happened here. They pretty much are saying that these 3 people were killed here, in this room, in this spot where the bodies were found. They do not mention that the bodies were ever moved. Which leads me to think that the police think that how they found these bodies were how the bodies were found when they died. I guess maybe that's the wrong way to say, but the way that the bodies were found when the police saw them, according to what they're saying, they died right here in this spot. I don't see any evidence in their documents, in anything that they give us, where they are even open to the possibility that these 3 bodies might not have died where the bodies were found. And on the surface, that seems like, okay, that's possible, but when you start digging into it and start getting deeper into it, start looking at the recliner, item 34, and you can clearly see that somebody's blood is on item 34. Well, that's not anywhere near any of these 3 bodies. So that was the first thing that helped me understand that at some point, one of these bodies was actually moved. And of course, go ahead.
And I think too, when we get into this discussion further, Catherine will be able to help us out. Greg, you and I have both, backgrounds with very limited with crime or crime scene investigation and backgrounds, whereas Catherine really is going to bring this to a whole new level. But we can point out at this juncture the anomalies already. The gun, even though it was mentioned to be listed on one instance fairly close to David's left hand, and in another instance about a foot away from David's left hand, the thing we have to keep in mind is that David was right-handed, never fired a gun with his left hand. So the question is not, was it wrong that it was 2 or 3 inches away and another detective said it was a foot away? The problem we have is, why was it next to his left hand? Now, it obviously couldn't have been near his right hand, because David's right hand was missing from this. There was no right hand. Comel had both of her hands missing. Left and right hands were missing from this. So they assumed, of course, by looking at that, to an elementary detective, a very beginner investigator, would look at 3 bodies and say, yes, this is obviously where they were shot and killed. Obviously, the gun was right there. David did it. Done deal. But as we look further, as Catherine will get into here in a minute, the blood spatter that's on the scene, which is very limited, is all medium velocity. A handgun produces high velocity. A handgun produces blood spatter on the ceiling, on the walls, on the furniture, like in a mist form all over the place. We have some medium velocity on the hardwood floor, very little on the carpet. And the only spot, like Greg mentioned, that had huge amounts of blood actually got soaked on the bottom of that recliner cushion is where no body was at all. So, Catherine, if you could start off with some of those things. I know Greg was alluding to a secondary crime scene. That's when a crime took place and a secondary crime scene was used. Now, we know the bodies, of course, were found here, but the evidence does not suggest that these 3 individuals were killed here, which means we have a secondary crime scene. And that's what I'm going to give there for the lead in there, Catherine. But can you give us more of the details with your background and some of your folks that you've talked to that are experts and professionals in this field?
Sure. I mean, you guys are both absolutely correct. The thing that I noticed with this sketch and this drawing, when you look at the number 1 and where they describe where the handgun was found, you know, the several inches and then 1 says a foot, where you see where his left hand would be, it would be way up in the air. And the gun is nowhere near that hand. And, you know, it would be way up there toward the top somewhere. But it is instead down by his hip and his waist. That's way farther than a few inches to a foot from his hand. So we know that right away that their description of where the gun is found is incorrect, inaccurate. Something is, either what they state or the drawing. One of these 2 are absolutely incorrect. And also, you guys are right. When Comel had 2 gunshots to the head, that would have produced a lot of spray, a lot of high velocity spray on the couch, especially if she were killed there. On that couch, on the floor, it would have been everywhere. On the ceiling, like you stated, they would have found her blood. I mean, it would be ridiculous what they would find. Same thing with Rania. She was laying, or so they say, either between this sketching shows her lying between her mother's legs, and then, of course, on the photo, it shows her lying on top of Comel's left leg. And we know that, again, Rania did not fall naturally. These are not, generally speaking, natural positions where people would end up if they were shot. You don't usually end up on an arm like that with another above your head. You don't end up with, you know, like David with his arms, you know, 1 straight out, 1 up in the air. You know, none of this scene makes sense. And so supposedly there are a total of 4 gunshot head wounds in this living room, yet there is 0 blood evidence to back up that theory. And, you know, right away, you look at this and you start to read what they write and you're like, something's fishy. Why would they write this? And maybe they have an excuse, like Greg was saying, he wants to give them the benefit of the doubt. And that would be great. You know, I would love to give them the benefit of the doubt, but yet they're remaining silent. Every time I try to reach out, they're quiet and they refuse to answer. So, you know, it leaves us to only go with the evidence. And the evidence tells you a story far different than what is written in the conclusion that they came to.
I think one important thing here, just taking a few steps back, that I found interesting, point number 3 here, is that the gun was found cocked. Now, I don't know if maybe I'm reading too much into that, but I did make a note of that. I don't know if that's, again, if that's normal, if that's how we should expect to find this gun.
Well, and that's it too, because I think he had a Glock, correct? I think is the spring. I don't know much about handguns. I just know I find one and I shoot them at a range and I have fun. That's about all I know.
That's all you need to know. Yeah.
But when I look at this handgun, it's not quote. I mean, it would always be quote unquote cocked if you chamber a round. And from what I understand, there was a round in the chamber. So is that what they're talking about by being quote unquote cocked? But that's an automatic thing. As soon as you shoot, the next one comes up. You shoot, the next one comes up. So, you know, again, like you said, why would they write that? It would be expected to find, you know, something in the chamber. You know, especially if there are extra bullets in the magazine. That's
Correct.
just weird. I agree with you. It's weird.
Is that more, this is Dan, Greg, if you're talking about a revolver, it would need to be cocked or in a cocked position. This is a semi-automatic handgun with a magazine. And like Catherine says, once you fire that round, the next one automatically loads. Not to say it's cocked, though. Is that, once again, I don't have a background in this. Can Catherine expand a little more on that? Or why would they use that terminology?
Yeah, that's a good question. And like you're saying, I like how you use the revolver. Take a revolver for, I have a 38 as well as a 9mm. My 38, on the very first one, you have to pull back that, I lost what it's called, the hammer. The hammer. You pull back that hammer, and then you when you fire it, you don't have to keep pulling it back to continue shooting. So that would be, once you pull that thing back, whatever it's called, maybe it's not a hammer, I don't know, but you pull it back, that would be considered cocked.
Okay.
So, but on a gun like a 9mm and the Glock, you know, same thing. When you pull that slide back, and it's called chambering around. So when you pull it back, a cartridge, a bullet, then comes up into the barrel. And then from that point on, you don't have to do anything other than shoot it. And once it's empty, then you put in a new magazine or refill it. So this is just, you know, like you guys are saying, to word it this way, it's just weird.
Yeah. The other thing, I guess, getting back to the blood a little bit, that it was mostly on the ground. So, you know, to me, that, again, somebody who doesn't know anything about this, just looking as a complete outsider, never studied this stuff, never really looked into it. I'm trying to understand it, and that's another purpose of this book, is so that I can bounce these ideas, bounce these thoughts off of people who do, and try to learn more about what we are seeing here. But the fact that the blood was mostly on the ground, does that indicate that all 3 people were on the ground when shot?
It seems to me that that's what they are inferring, or implied. I'm sorry, that's called implied. They're implying that. Yet, again, the evidence doesn't support it. However, I want to jump to what you were saying about the rug, how the rug had different colors, you know, and it did have some dark brown. And I could see where maybe when you first walk in, you would go, okay, you know, it would be possible to hide some blood within that brown color on the rug. However, it's not all brown, and that blood would have gone everywhere, and yet you don't see the blood spatter patterns on that rug. And there would be a lot of brain matter, especially since Kamel was shot twice in the head. There should be brain matter all over that floor. Well, of course, then they're saying the dog ate it, but the dog couldn't go around eating all of it. They would find something, but, you know, found nothing. They didn't even do the like a string that you can follow blood spatter patterns by using strings, using lasers, or sometimes they use these sticks. I forget what the sticks are called at the moment, but they had a lot of options to figure out where these people were standing, what happened, but I don't see any of that, especially on this drawing. There's no mention of anything.
Yeah, Kat, it was implied that the bodies were almost shot execution style, as if the individuals shot them from above in a downward trajectory, causing the blood to be down there. That certainly could be what happened. Evidence doesn't support that, but we still have the David Crowley suicide shot, which was up into the ceiling, which means even if the other two were killed by someone pointing the gun down, allegedly David at them, would result in that blood on the floor. David's would be all over the ceiling. And like you said, Carmelo, I think, was actually shot. Evidence supports that she could have been shot 3 times.
Correct.
And so if they're all in the down position, I could see that the blood being down there on that floor, on that hardwood floor, it would make sense. But it doesn't explain David's. Find the gun in the left hand. He's right-handed. It's already cocked. He allegedly shot himself from a kneeling position or something, a sitting position, into the head. The bullet found in the attic after it goes through the sheetrock and the ceiling. And that bullet wasn't even there on January 17th when investigators completed the investigation. I think on the next day. This bullet was not found until February 18th, or that hole in the ceiling. So it's another month later. So we've got so many discrepancies here. But yes, it was it's very interesting. I think it does look like there was some blunt force trauma possibly in the area, because it does look like medium velocity versus
Correct.
spray or a mist coming from a high velocity 40 caliber weapon.
Exactly.
So we haven't even brought up how loud that weapon is yet. So that's not for this chapter, but the neighbors there are very close proximity, and no one heard any of these alleged shots.
Correct. And two, to mention the blood, when you look at David in the photo, all of his blood it's like almost makes a perfect line down the center of his body on his left side. Now, he supposedly fell backwards, according to them and what they are implying. He shoots himself, falls backwards. Well, that doesn't explain the amount of blood on his shirt and only on his left side. It would have been all over his back or maybe some on his front, but not in the pattern that you see. And so, I'm just like, okay, nothing. You look at the photo and you're just left with, whoa, what really happened? And then when they start describing how they find things, and then they can't, the story or their writings and interpretations of what they are seeing, it comes close on most things, but on the important things like body position, weapon position, it's not agreed upon in people's reports. And that is another odd thing that I see.
Yeah, and one question that I now have about the blunt force trauma is there any areas of blood, and I think we've talked about this, but I just want to clarify this. Are there any areas of blood that specifically show proof of blunt force trauma?
Yes.
Okay.
To the right of Kamel on the hardwood floor, and then when the blood spatter patterns on the wall behind them, like where the chair was, there's that wall behind them. There's a proof of blunt force or medium velocity blood spatter that hit that wall as well. So yes, there is that proof.
And what about the blood on the top of the recliner? There's actually hair and a little bit of flesh piece that are found there.
Yeah, that's weird. When I look at that part right there does remind me, and that is where I could see where maybe the dog had kind of maybe threw up or gagged and it got stuck there, or it could have also been flying off either during, a hit or a gunshot. Who knows? But again, there are a lot of what they call void patterns. So you have all of these massive injuries to the head, which is highly vascular. Lots of bleeding would be going on. Lots of blood would be showing, brain matter, bone. It would be everywhere. But we don't really see that. But we do see lots of areas where there's nothing, but then a medium velocity blood spatter pattern, which tells me that there was some type of, covering tarp. I don't know, but something was put in place that captured and caught a lot of the blood. Because the patterns aren't making sense to the injuries and where the injuries are located.
Mm-hmm. So, this is Dan. Catherine, what do you think the odds would be of this being the sole crime scene as opposed to a secondary crime scene, something being laid down, a mat, a canvas, a painting mat or something that collected the gunshot blood, but was not there during the alleged beatings that obviously did take place there? Or do you think the blood that was there could have been staged to make it look like a beating? Or is that authentic blood from medium velocity beating?
Yeah, the blood patterns that I see look authentic. It came from an actual injury, someone hitting somebody in the head, so to speak. I'm just throwing that out there as an example. However, I think both instances are correct. I agree with you, like you said at the beginning, that this is also like a secondary crime scene. I don't believe that they were all killed in that living room. There's just not enough proof. There is no blood that they showed from Rania or David in the living room, correct? It was all Kamel. Am I wrong, or did I remember that incorrectly?
I think you're mostly right. There were some that were, we're not sure, right? It's like, it could be two or more, and we can't rule out Kamel or David, but yeah, for the most part.
Yeah, all that talk, and however, there was nothing now from any of the blood that they tested that stated, okay, this belonged to Rania, other than like on the knife or on the gun. I'm leaving those out. I'm talking, like the blood on the floor, the blood on the walls. They took one swab of the writing in the living room, but that's pretty much it. They, the rest of the blood did not seem to be tested. However, what was tested only belonged to Kamel. Now, so that tells us then where were Rania and David killed? Because if their blood isn't in that living room, they were killed somewhere else. Or it could be just the primary crime scene. Somebody put up a tarp and killed them all there, but the tarp or whatever that they used was not really sufficient, so things got through, and the people who did it just didn't care that some of it was there. However, my best guess is I tend to agree with Dan that there at least one of them was not killed in that living room, and so it's like a primary for Kamel. I believe Kamel was killed in there, so primary for Kamel, but it could have been a secondary for David and or Rania. So I kind of think it's both, if that answers your question.
Yes, and so I got a quick comment here. It does, the evidence that we see and the facts suggest that Kamel was beaten by blunt force trauma, blunt force instrument in that living room. May or may not have subsequently died or was shot at that point, but was beaten in that living room. That's what the evidence suggests. The problem is there is no baseball bat or tire or anything in that residence that shows proof that something was. So if this was done by a third party, they obviously took that weapon with them. Correct?
Correct. And if David had done it, it would have been sitting there. They would have found it.
Well, see, that's the point that we have an issue with. Is officially the official narrative is David did all the shooting. David killed his family and then killed himself. But if he beat someone, Kamel in this case, his wife, with a tire iron, baseball bat, or something, it would be in the residence. It's not, and that's just the fact.
Correct.
That's not a theory. it supports the fact that Kamel was beaten in that living room. May or may not have died there with the gunshots, as we found 3 of them. But there's no instrument that caused the beating. And the problem was there was a knife found at the scene, which we'll get into in the next paragraph or two. That seems to be an afterthought from the investigators.
Correct. And that bothers me as well, because when you have, missing limbs, you don't just and they just automatically jump to the dog did it. So they had a really good patsy to blame everything on, so they didn't really have to do the work. But yes, that knife being there in the open position next to a body with all 3 of their blood on it, and they, like you said, to this day it's an afterthought. They never looked into that knife.
That's right. I think it should also be noted that we were talking about the bullet that was tied to David that didn't have blood on it. So I think it's safe to assume that they don't have any bullet that is tied to David. I mean, what are the odds that item 57 killed David and then there is no blood, but only DNA found on it?
It's impossible. It's totally impossible. So, again, how the wounds were on David's head, they know that there's an exit wound on the left side of his head. So that the trajectory of what the bullet would take would not be to go from possibly right to left and then turn around and go east to west, south to west, or whatever. That it would have to do a complete switch, turn around, and then shoot up into the ceiling. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Let's see. The next thing I had here was how close would you have to be to get blood into the barrel of the gun? It was an interesting thing where we kind of found out that in the last podcast that there's no gunpowder or anything like that close to any of the 3 bodies. Am I correct in that? Right? There's no evidence that shows that any of these 3 were shot from close range.
On a few of them, I'm trying to remember who it was. There was no, there's no gunshot residue that they found. However, and what is in the barrel is called blowback. So in order to get that blowback into the barrel of the gun, they would have to be relatively close. So with it being that close, one would assume, especially with Kamel, with 2, at least, we know 2 gunshot wounds to her head, but like Dan said, there's a 3rd bullet fragment with her blood on it. So, with the evidence, and we have to go with what only the evidence is showing us, is that she was shot twice. So there should be gunshot residue on her hair, on her clothes, and, somewhere it should be there, but yet it's mighty convenient that it is missing throughout the entire house.
Very interesting.
Yeah, that's one of the things Sue had mentioned early on before we found out the hands were missing, was we asked about the gunshot residue. If David did this and shot himself, shot everyone else, the evidence would be on his right hand, gunshot residue that could be tested, showing that. And we don't have that because the gun was found next to his left hand. The only hand that was on the scene, if the left hand, it was sitting next to his left hand. But at this time now, his hand is all in a leathery, decomposing stage 3 weeks later. And so they were not able to test that. I don't believe it. Correct me if I'm wrong. But then you're talking a close-range gunshot, back of the head execution style. For instance, you would have that stippling, I think it's called, or the powder burns into the skin, showing that that gun was fired with 1 to 3, potentially 1 to 3 inches away. But we don't really have that either, because with the heads being missing. So we can't tell who was shot where or anything, much less. So we don't know if they're from a distance, from close range or not. So I think any kind of testing like that is also now inconclusive for the most part, because we can't get that information.
Correct.
We literally can't get that information. So that's where we're stuck too. But I was confused too, like Greg had pointed out. There was a bullet-like substance inside the barrel of the gun, and if that is common or not, as far as the blowback coming back into the barrel itself, I find that strange.
Yeah, that is. It's very common if the gun itself is held close to the body, but especially like the head, you would expect to see blowback. So yeah.
Okay, but there's no way. That's not out of the question. Okay. I got nothing else on page 35, but mentioning that, staying on the blood in the barrel, how does the blood get to the magazine? Now that would definitely not be related to blowback or to anything like that, right? That's somebody reloading the gun with bloody hands. Exactly,
and that again, it's like this scene, this evidence is giving them so much information. Someone was bleeding prior to that magazine being picked up. Whoever blood that was, they were bleeding prior to, obviously before they were shot. So this is, again, like you said, it does not go from shooting somebody to a thumbprint on a magazine.
Yeah, and the DNA profile, the blood that was found on the magazine did match David. Now, it said 2 or more DNA profiles were found on the magazine. The major DNA profile on the magazine matched David Crowley. An estimated 99.9997% of the general population was excluded from being possible contributors, but Kamel and Rania could not be excluded. So if Kamel's blood was everywhere, I had kind of thought that it would be an open and shut case, that it was Kamel's blood on that magazine, but it's not. It's David's blood.
So, okay, then that right there, oh my gosh, I mean, I've read that so many times, but it didn't click. But that right there tells you that David was bleeding prior to that gun being loaded. He was already injured. So what, do they want us to believe he went and hurt himself? He's bleeding, he's doing that, and he's going to load a magazine and then kill himself in his family? None of that makes sense. That evidence right there shows that there had to have been someone else involved. And when you look at that print in that blood, it's a pretty good, clear print. You can clearly see ridges and valleys. And yet, from what I was reading, is that they were saying there wasn't enough ridge detail for them to determine whose thumbprint that was.
Correct.
And I don't know how they could do that, because there are ways that they can, recreate it, and that print looks pretty darn good. It's right in there. It's not smeared. Nothing. Clear as day. How come they couldn't, figure that out, whose it was?
Well, I think it would be good to compare that bloody print to the one bloody print that they could tie to David, which was on the note page found in the office bedroom. So that one, they were able to tie David's left middle finger to the notepad, but like you say here, we got a clear ridge detail. It looks like we could almost give that to someone and they might be able to figure something out. I don't know, but that's an interesting question. I'm gonna have to look more into that.
Yeah,
you got to go back to the question once again. How many rounds did that magazine hold together?
Right.
Yeah, it held 12. It held 12 rounds, but when. And I think mine holds something like that as well. But, I was always taught, don't worry about that 12th round, because, it can get really hard and really tight to get that in there. But, this David's a young guy. He's probably pretty strong. So whether or not he loaded all of his magazines with 12 rounds is to be questioned. But when you look at the other magazine that was in the safe, that one only had 11 rounds in it. So it just kind of makes me think that he didn't put that 12th one in just because it makes it harder. So you don't waste your time. If you're going to go fast, you don't want to waste your time trying to shove in that last one. You just load what you're going to do. And this is just, I'm talking practice-wise. You load it, and then you shoot it, empty, you load it. And so it's either 11 or 12, but my best guess would be 11. And in that case, it seems like you can count and account for all of the projectiles. But I could be wrong. Don't take my word for that.
Here's a good point, Captain. For the sake of argument, let's say he had 10 in there. Whether it held 12 or had 2 in the chamber, he only fired allegedly 6 shots that day. Why was David reloading anything? The next question is, why was David bleeding at all? The question.
Correct.
He allegedly shot his daughter, his wife, and himself. None of those situations involved him bleeding. So now we get back into this torture or a beating situation. Who was beating David, or what took place that caused David Crowley to be bleeding in the first place? Not even yet to ask the question, why the hell is he changing cartridges, magazines? He had no reason to even swap it out. So why was that thing even out, much less why was his blood on it? So what we get here is more and more evidence of a staging that took place where errors were made. Correct?
Correct.
Gotcha.
Just going back to the gun, unless you have anything else on that.
No, go ahead, Greg.
Just going back to the gun, the presence of blood was found on the grip, on the slide, on the trigger, and the muzzle of the gun. Item 1B is the magazine inside of the alleged murder weapon. Ridge detail blood was found on the magazine. Several blood mixtures were found on the gun, specifically on the trigger and the magazine. Now, DNA results show blood from 2 or more individuals on the trigger, with one of those individuals being David Crowley. So that led me to think, well, yeah, of course, David Crowley is shooting people. He's shooting himself. His blood should be there, right?
Correct.
But with the magazine, with the blood being found, his blood inside of the magazine, and there are several blood spots, too. There isn't just one on the magazine. So that was another interesting thing, too. But it's important to note, just looking at the DNA results that show blood of 2 or more individuals on the trigger, that the blood did not match Kamel, but Rania could not be excluded as a possible contributor. So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, exactly. And on the trigger, it's like, but where on that trigger? Because if David had shot himself, his finger would have been on that trigger protecting it, so to speak. It's there, you pull it, and then it goes off. So his blood, how did it get there? And was there a print on it? What did it look like? I mean, I have so many questions about this, and yet I can't find the answers in any of the reports. Because if it's on that trigger where your finger would be, that means that someone else had to have had their finger on that trigger with David's blood on their hand. Because David would not have, again, why would he have blood on his hands and then pull a trigger? It just doesn't make sense.
Right.
Well, the only thing there, Catherine, is that whether or not he was bleeding, which we have evidence that he was, the other question is, David in this situation may have had other people's blood on his hands. For instance, the blood writing on the wall, that was Kamel's blood that was written Allahu Akbar in capital letters in the living room wall. So he did have blood on his person. It just wasn't his own. But at one point, he did. He was bleeding. So he did have other folks' blood was around, correct? Now, he had other people's blood potentially on him, according to the official narrative, I'll say.
Yeah, that I haven't read yet, so I guess I need to go back and read more on that. But, I mean, what they are assuming is that, David did write on the wall. However, since they could find no discernible ridge detail on any of the writing, that means that there was a glove or something on that hand, because there should be ridge detail, especially where the hands first touch and then slide down. But when you're looking at, the writing on that wall and how the fingers are, they don't look like the fingers of a hand that is attached to a body. Because that index finger is kind of wobbly and it's all over the place in some parts. And then other parts, they're like close together. So, again.
And sorry, I didn't mean to assume that David did it. I meant according to the narrative. So they're investigating that he did all this. But yes, we do know that David did not write anything, in fact, on the wall, with a glove or not. It was nothing tied him to the writing on that wall. So yes, a latex glove or something was used by the person or individual doing that writing on the wall.
Correct. And I didn't even think that you were inferring or implying, I'm sorry, that David did it. I didn't take that at all. I got exactly what you were saying, because it's like, he obviously was bleeding. And so how did the blood get there, and why is he bleeding? And that's kind of my question too. It's like, why is he bleeding prior to picking anything up? If, they're trying to say he did it and he picked this up and loaded that, well, why was he bleeding? And they don't answer that question.
Yeah, there's 2 points that I mentioned to people that follow the case, and just kind of want to put a summary of the meeting, believe it or not. I tell them there's 2 things. There's 2 instances where one is where there is blood of David's where there shouldn't be. In the magazine, David shouldn't have been bleeding at all if he killed himself. And there's no blood where there should have been blood. The bullet that killed him, not a single drop of blood, not a microscopic piece of blood was on that bullet thread. And so that's all I think that folks need to know to put 2 and 2 together on this case. 2 things that are almost physically impossible, that are, for the most part, physically impossible. That's all that the elementary user following a case like this needs to know. Then you get into the rest, and Greg has done a great job putting all this together. The 16 chapters of the book is outlining all of the various dozens of inconsistencies. And so what we have here is a very troubling case when it's all said and done.
Yep. Agreed.
So the only other thing on the magazine is that there was 1 round found in the chamber of the gun, and there were 2 other rounds, 2 unspent rounds found in the magazine. Latent prints were not found on these 3. So that was the other question. I guess, whoever loaded this gun, wouldn't there be something? Wouldn't there be DNA? Okay, maybe not latent prints, but wouldn't there be David's DNA on these unspent rounds?
Yeah, there should be prints, and smudged, they would be smeared, but there would be prints and there would be DNA, there would be something on those, because you have to pick them up, put them in there, and then shove them in. Pick them up, put them in, and shove them in. So they should have found something. It was David, because David wouldn't go around going, okay, I'm going to clean this and put it in with a hanky or something. You just pick those things up and shove them in.
Yeah, and I would have to go back to see if they looked for the latent prints and didn't find them, or if they just didn't even bother to look for it. I guess I wasn't clear on that.
Yeah.
Based on what they did. Only other thing, maybe. Well, no, there's a few more things here, but with the gun and the magazine, it's also stated that there were hairs and fibers found, and so that was another weird thing. Made me wonder, well, okay, how do hair and fibers get there, and could the blunt force trauma be associated with the gun hitting someone's head? Maybe it's not that deep, but obviously the hairs and the fibers got there on the gun and the magazine somehow.
Yeah, I did talk to my corner friend about that, and they stated that the impressions on the skull piece on the floor do not match that of the butt of a gun. So they said they do not believe that was used to beat at least David. We don't know about Kamel. So and then yeah, it's like the hair and the fibers. I mean, obviously, again, whoever picked it up had blood and had that person's hair, and then they transferred it to the hand. The hand. I'm sorry, I can't think. I'm just so tired. But okay, where the hand part?
So the question is, blunt force trauma is a very violent act, and I like to use examples of a tire iron or a baseball bat where someone's winding up and swinging with full force, full velocity. Now, Rick, do you mean with the evidence on that gun, like as if someone was, for instance, pistol whipped or something like that? That's not tied. That's not related to blunt force trauma to that extent. As far as the seriousness of the indentations we found on those bone fragments that were hexagon in shape. So I don't think that was the case, but are you alluding to maybe that one or some of these victims were maybe just pistol whipped a little bit as far as the beating?
Yeah, I would think so. Maybe they were pistol whipped, or I mean, that's the only thing to me, because if you look at the back of the gun, it kind of does look like that. The back of the grip of the gun, it kind of looks like maybe somebody was hit over the head with it. Now, yeah, I don't want to say that it's tied to the blunt force trauma. I think you guys have made some great points there about, obviously a gun in general being pistol whipped is not going to be categorized as blunt force trauma. Is that correct?
Oh, it would.
It would.
If they found proof, blunt force trauma is pretty much anything other than, it's running into a wall would be blunt force trauma. Falling down to the ground, and if you bust your head open, it becomes blunt force trauma. So it's just, injuries basically to the body.
I see.
And I think just to clarify that is the pistol whipping, for instance, if that was and if that did come into play, I don't think it played a major factor, if at all, in this particular case. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
This was a violent. The impressions left on someone's skull were violent attack, not just a backhanded swing with a pistol in your hand. Which I don't want to rule that out, but I don't think it came into play with the blood coming out, the spray, or the damage to the bones from that. Although it could have been
correct.
Could have been involved, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and maybe it was that they don't write in. Nothing tells us that, but it's easy to transfer blood and hair to the grip of the gun if you have blood and hair on your hands. But like you were saying, Dan, this was very violent and it was very personal. So, yeah, that's all I have to say with that.
Now, should we move on to the knife?
Oh, that knife.
So it did look like the knife was open and in the locked position. There was blood and there was blood on it, which means someone was being cut or tortured or sliced up. Who knows what was taking place. But it did look like his was cleaned or cleaned off or wiped. But there's a little hole on the blade that wasn't. So someone once again missed that, and when they swapped it, it did come back with blood. So what role did this knife play in this event? Thoughts, Captain?
And yes, this is the thing where I wrote one of the officers, or maybe it was the chief, and I'm like, it's the only piece of evidence that they had that contained the DNA and or blood of all three victims. And that should have been playing a major role. They should have looked more into this knife, but they just discarded it, pushed it to the side. Let's note it because it's there, and then we're just going to ignore it. This knife really, I see it as a major key piece of evidence. And why didn't it go further? That is, I would just love to have that answer. When again, it has the DNA and the blood of all three, and all three are missing limbs. So, and they're showing, evidence of, something with a straight edge being applied to their body. So why didn't they look into it? I'm just like, this frustrates me. The knife frustrates me.
Well, I think here in the closing minutes, the one thing, Catherine, is that I do believe it held all of that information. The DNA. It should have been explored further and really delved into, but because it didn't fit the narrative, I think they had to move on. And like I mentioned earlier, it was basically treated as an afterthought in the police report. It was just there, but in a normal case, a knife, holding knife with a locking blade with blood on it, it's going to raise some suspicions in any case. And here it was just mentioned in a paragraph or two, and it was moved on. So I think they eliminated it because it didn't fit the official narrative of David shooting everybody, because now you have to explain why a knife was used and why a knife in that room had all three of their blood on it, and it was wiped and cleaned off. If David is going around killing people and knifing people, would he take the time to wipe that down? That's the question. So once again, we've got errors in the staging of this scene. And to say, the missing body parts, we've got 3 adult hands missing. Now, I'm not sure about this myself, but could a knife have aided or assisted in that? Probably, more than likely. But I don't think actually finishing the job with those ligaments and tendons and whatnot. And then you've got a 5-year-old girl's arm completely missing. That would include the shoulder socket, ligaments, those strong muscle pieces that I don't know if a common knife would have done those things. So we've got some serious questions here as far as what role did that knife play. It obviously played some role, but it couldn't have done the damage that has been accounted for. And I think that's where we see that broken, fractured rib of the 5-year-old girl, that third rib down on her right side, just under that armpit of hers, where her arm was missing, alludes or allows someone to say that evidence does suggest that arm was ripped off by a human with his foot lodged in there for leverage.
Correct. That's exactly what the evidence is saying to me. I totally agree with you.
Yep, and the sad thing with all this is these individuals are out on the loose and walking about freely in public today, and that's what I don't think folks understand from a big picture perspective.
Yep.
This is Stephanie. I just wanted to say I have been going over all that paperwork. I printed it all out, and I am so glad you guys brought up how weird it was that the knife was just pushed aside, because that is just right there one of the biggest pieces of evidence in this case, yet they dismissed it completely, it seems.
Yeah, it's like they didn't even want to talk about it. The knife is not mentioned. It's not credited with anything. I think if people would have known that from the very start, that there was a knife there, I think it might have raised more questions.
Yes.
Definitely.
And then, as Dan was saying, these people are just out there, and online, there alone is so much evidence of them making these sick jokes about, oh yes, we did this and we mixed the blood with water. And why would anyone, if they truly believe David was guilty, why would they ever say something like that? That's horrible. You know, if they really cared about that family and their extended family, why would they put that out on a public forum for anybody in the world to see?
Yeah, that was absolutely horrible and tasteless. I'm glad you finally joined. I'm sorry that I probably took up a lot of the time, and thank you for being here, Stephanie. I really, really appreciate when you're here. But I gotta hit the road here, so I'm gonna jump off. But thank you, everybody, and we will next one.
Oh yeah, we'll get back.
It will be
I was a little late today.
It's okay.
Welcome, Stephanie. Welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
But yeah, the last thing I've got to say before I got to jump off as well is, does the limitations of that reference to that knife prove a law enforcement cover-up? I don't think that it really does, but there may have been pages upon pages written about that. And the question is, when the final report was written, all together as a paragraph, was that eliminated? Was that redacted? Was that script?
Yes.
You know, I'm
Yes,
not
because
saying that
there
they
was.
did their homework on it, but why did it not make the final report? And there, I think, is where you start to see a little bit of the underpinnings of a cover-up involved in this entire escapade.
Yes.
Completely agree.
Yes, especially with all the current stuff going on over there.
Yeah, the knife is really out of place.
I gotta jump off as well. Thanks,
All right,
Yeah.
thank you, Dan and Catherine. Appreciate that.
Thank you guys. It's so nice to hear you.
Yeah, nice. Thanks for joining, Stephanie. Thanks, Greg. Bye, Dan.
Bye, guys. Stephanie, go ahead and stay on if you want here. I think we should cover a little bit more about this knife and kind of explain, because I think a lot of people just have not heard about this. They just simply don't know. This knife was found closest to David's left leg, similar to where the gun was found, closer to David's left leg. And obviously, he's not going to put both of those there. There's no reason for the knife to be found. There's no reason for a knife there, first of all. Second of all, it's so out of place. But the fact that, you know, the knife, which is item 8, is found very close to item 1, you now have 2 possible murder weapons, possibly.
Right.
But so when they looked at the blood on this knife, the blood came from a mixture of 2 or more people, according to the DNA results. David, Kamel, and Rania cannot be excluded from being possible contributors of the mixture, but 99.9998% of the general population could be. So they're saying that the blood had to have come from them, from 2 or more people. That's pretty interesting, and it's pretty interesting how little, again, that the knife is actually mentioned. Item 8.1 is the blood swab inside of the hole of the blade. Item 8-2 is a swab of blood found on the folding side of the blade, and blood is not present on the handle of the knife, which I also found very interesting, that the blood was not present on the handle, which kind of makes no sense. You would expect that
If David had shot them and removed her hands, which is the only way I can possibly come up with how they came off, he would have had blood on his hands. And touching that knife, there should have been blood all over it. There was, I think there was hair found on it too.
Yes, yeah. Item 8-4 is a hair sample found on the handle. So there's no blood on the handle, but there is a hair sample. I don't know we don't know whose hair sample that is. It's never explained or never, they don't go, there's no hair test done, period, that I've found to explain whose hair, because there's hair everywhere. And not one
it's not
test.
just like fake hair, it's not just like human hair, it's also synthetic hair from that stuffed animal.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of that all over, and there's like cotton fibers that I guess came from the stuffed animal as well, and that's all just like mixed in everywhere, and that I believe is from paleo,
Yeah.
It's completely possible that him being alive really just, and there's dog hair too. Him being alive, he was able to take every single piece of evidence and move it around, except the things that was blamed on him, the things that he was accused of doing, don't make sense. Like this knife. It should have David's fingerprints.
It should have.
Right on there. If he's the one who had it. Now, if someone who had gloves on was touching it, I still don't understand how there wasn't blood on the handle, but it wouldn't leave fingerprints if you had gloves on.
Right.
And it's completely, when you're looking at where the knife was found and where the gun was found, it really just looks like somebody tossed them there. to me,
Yes,
at
so,
least.
so I'm zooming in on item 8 here for the viewers that will see this later, and then where item 1 is, and you can clearly see, they're both next
like
to
right there.
It's so out of place. It's just so weird. I don't know. I mean, even if somebody was staging this scene, it still seems like why is this knife here? Why is this knife left there? It just leads to so many different, so many rabbit holes, I guess is the easiest way to say it.
What you end up doing in looking at this case is trying your hardest to come up with every possible solution, even going down the route that he is guilty, and doing this, you're looking at this crime scene and the pictures, and it's like, okay, why is that there? Why are those two right there? Looking at the difference in the reports between each officer, between even the slightest little differences, that could just be coincidence, but all of these rabbit holes end up leading you down the even bigger assumption that there's a giant cover-up here. And I really, really hate saying that because I don't agree with a lot of conspiracy theories, but there's a lot of truth in these so-called like crazy people that just, they've lost their minds and they're just believing these things for no reason. There's a lot of truth in it. Like the Philip Marshall, that case, there's quite a few holes there.
Yeah,
there was, the name escapes me right now. I just started looking into this woman who, in Minnesota, oddly enough, not by Apple Valley, but around, I don't even remember the county, but it's in Minnesota. She supposedly killed herself and her son, and the ex-husband is nowhere to be found. And there's just a lot of holes in it. It doesn't make sense. But it's been looked at as a suicide. And, I mean, yeah, it's possible. But there are things like with this case where there's things there that shouldn't be there. If David used his hands to write in Kamel's blood on the wall, there should be his fingerprints on that wall.
Right.
All over the place. I mean, Kamel, and Ranny were the only ones in that house. Everyone can attest to that. Everybody in the family, the friends, can attest to, oh yeah, they secluded themselves. They stayed secluded, which means there shouldn't be any other DNA samples, hair samples, fingerprints, nothing in that house.
Right.
You can tell that they cleaned because, I mean, even with one dog and two adults and a child, if they didn't clean, that place would be a wreck. So they cleaned.
Yeah, there was a lot of questions about that, about how the house looked, and some of the comments that I've seen, the house looks dirty and this and that. But we also have to.
There's a point to where it stops, though. Like on certain spaces where you'd expect there to be continued dust, there's a clean spot, or in some of the pictures in the living room of the floor where you can see like blood spatter and hair. There's almost a clear line in several of the pictures of where it just looks like somebody cleaned up to that point or picked something up. And I don't know. I'm not quite to the point where I understand completely how all this happened, but it's just odd. Even the smallest things, like there not being blood on this handle. Why isn't it there? And as a good investigator, if they are doing their job the correct way, following what they're supposed to do, why didn't that bother them? And if it did, why aren't there notes on how much it bothered them?
I always wondered why, with the knife open, because at first I didn't know that the knife was actually open, and I didn't know that it had blood on it. So I learned that much later. But just looking at the knife, I was like, well, why is there a knife there? It's not really mentioned. And then, well, once I found that the knife was open, then it was like, wait a minute, that's a clear sign that there is possible, quote unquote, a possible sign of a struggle. That's one of the biggest, clearest signs. And it's not like it's in some other room. It's in the living room. It's right there where these bodies are found.
Right
How
by
is
the
that
gun.
not? Right by the gun.
David.
Right next to
specifically.
David. Right.
And
not,
it's weird.
Not next to Kamel. Not really. There's no way that
not
it was
somewhere
next
else.
to her. No, it
Like
is right by David. Yeah.
Like almost like they were specifically trying to say, hey, he did it, because they didn't leave it on the right hand side of him where his hand was missing.
Right.
They specifically left the gun, item 1, and this knife, item 8.
Item 8, yes. Very,
on
very
David's
close.
left side.
Right. That's
So
all.
he wasn't left-handed.
Exactly, and they knew that. I mean, it didn't take them long to figure that out. Even when we asked Detective Gummert, do you think David shot with the right, or do you think he was right-handed or left-handed? It was pretty simple. They knew that he was right-handed. There was no indication at any time that he was ever left-handed. So they're right there. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. Now, I do want to wrap this up. I do want to get your final thoughts here. I want to finish up just a little bit on the latent prints that were found on the gun, because there were some that were found there. And there was latent print found on the magazine. So the latent prints, and I'm reading from page 36 of the physical book, and I don't know exactly what page it is for the digital version. I apologize for that. But latent print results revolved around 2 of 3 latent prints suitable for comparison. 1 found on the gun and 1 found on the magazine. Now, LP1A-1 is a latent palm print on the gun. According to the latent print results, no known palm print for David Timothy Crowley was submitted or found in the BCA files for comparison to the palm print on that gun. So that just proves they could not put any palm prints, any prints of David on that gun. Yeah, they had David's blood. David's blood was on that gun. It was also inside of the magazine of that gun, which, like how we talked about before you joined our call, we had talked about, how did David's blood get on the magazine? He must have been bleeding. So obviously,
But did he take it out to reload or something?
We don't know. We don't know. But again, it's like, well, how did his blood get there? If he took it out to reload, how was he wounded? Who wounded him first? That's another great question there. So that we know that there was a bloody print found on the gun, on the handle of the gun, but they could not tie that to David. Now, LP1B-2 is a latent fingerprint found on the magazine. However, this too could not be tied to David due to the limited quantity and quality of information in the latent print. So, nothing. Nothing there. Nothing that shows that David Crowley did any of this. Now, she also says, here we go, Jennifer Kostrowski consulted with Dennis Randall. These are from the BCA, I believe, about this latent print. He agreed that it could be 1 or 2 prints. And that was another thing. There could be multiple prints on that gun. And they say, which was unusual. Coupled with low quality makes it difficult to determine. So here we have the first and the last place that I've ever found that there were 2 prints here. Now, that doesn't mean, first of all, 2 prints by 2 different people or what? We don't really know, because what we know is if they could not tie that print to David Crowley, then it's possible Not saying that it's true, but it's possible. Maybe not probable, but it's possible that there were one or two other prints by one or two other people on that gun. Or maybe it's David's and they just couldn't conclusively say that it was his. But there were multiple prints on that gun. So I don't...
See, I thought maybe it could have been Kamel's, because it was her fingerprints on the gun safe, the touchpad thing.
I think it was her DNA.
I thought maybe...
Right?
Oh, was it her DNA?
Yeah, I think it was her DNA, not her prints. I know that there wasn't blood found on it. I think it was
like
her
just
DNA.
A nuclear DNA swab?
Correct, right.
Okay.
Right.
But so I thought maybe it could have been hers, but if you go through the reports and look up with the item number and everything, it doesn't say whose it, like they just couldn't figure out whose it was.
Yeah.
And
basically.
that I don't.
And somehow this is all supposed to show, well, it's nobody. We couldn't find anybody else. It all goes back to their theory. They couldn't find anybody else, so it must be David. But yet here we have all this proof that it wasn't David. It wasn't him.
Yes.
It's somebody else.
If this was just like the process of elimination, well, okay, it was just these three in the house. The gun's here, knife's here. He must have done it.
Right. Without any of it. Yeah.
That's something that a normal person who doesn't have any detective, police, forensic, medical, anything like that, someone who just, is, I don't know even what type of person that is nowadays, but even somebody who's interested in watching the CSI or NCIS or, just true crime shows would look at that and go, okay, well, if it's him, then his prints are going to be here, here, and here.
Right.
So then you go to that, but his fingerprints aren't there. You've got unknown DNA samples that didn't belong to Kamel, David, or Rania.
Mm-hmm.
So why didn't they follow that? Why didn't they find out whose it was? They had enough to sample to find out it wasn't those three, so was the whole sample destroyed in doing that, so they couldn't run it in any of their systems? Right. I'm really confused by this because, especially in this day and age, we are able to literally track people because they're carrying a GPS device on their person.
Mm-hmm.
It's a cell phone. But we still have cases like this that the police closed and said it was, they are confident that David was the perpetrator of this crime. So why are there unanswered questions?
There shouldn't be.
If you close a case, there should never be any unanswered questions, because those detectives aren't supposed to close a case until they run down every little rabbit hole. When they open up a hotline or a tip line to call in,
mm-hmm.
they have to run down every single lead, even if it's a fake. So why didn't they do that here?
Right.
Why was this case closed if there are so many unanswered questions? And why aren't the detectives willing to talk about it? Why aren't the detectives willing to explain their thinking in this,
That's right. And I want to get your final thoughts here. I want to shut this one down. We're going to come back. This was podcast number 6. We're going to come back for number 7. And we're going to talk about the bullet casings and the bullets, and we're going to see if they line up, if they all match, right? They find these many casings, and they should find these many bullets on the same day, not days later, not months later. But let me get any final thoughts here before we close out this episode.
I'm wondering if, given the current stuff going on in Minnesota, if maybe this case is going to get some investigation by someone, I don't know who at this point would, but someone needs to look into this case, because if you've got a few thousand people who don't have any detective or police background finding all these inconsistencies, why weren't the police able to do it?
Correct. It's a great question.
They said he just snapped. He had PTSD and he just snapped. These things on the wall, everything at the crime scene, that was just his parting shot to his wife. Yet she was his world. Kamel and Rani was his whole world. Like, if you look back through his, well, I don't know how much you can look up now, but if you just search through and find David, like the stuff actually written by David or the videos done by him, you can see how much he loved them. And it doesn't make sense how he could have just snapped and out of nowhere done this very heinous, hurtful thing. Because if someone does snap, there is a history of it.
Right. Whether
or not anybody wants to believe that, if David had some kind of PTSD stuff, Kamel would have written it. Kamel would have written about it. Everything I've seen and read about her, she seems like a very, very intelligent woman. I don't see how she didn't write something somewhere, but that could also, maybe that's something else that's not been shown to the public.
I think that's a great point, and we touch a little bit on that in the book later on when we talk about the guy named Mitch Heil, who served with David Crowley, who was his friend, that has made it very, very clear that David did not have PTSD. So I'm going to go with that, and I'm going to, take that. I'm going to weigh what Mitch Heil says compared to what everybody else is saying. Nobody was saying David had PTSD while they were working with him, while they were making money with him, while they were making, while they were riding the coattails of David Crowley. Nobody had any problem with David having PTSD. But as soon as he dies, it becomes a convenient excuse, which I don't like, because there are real people, real soldiers out there who do have that. And not just soldiers, but we're just talking about soldiers here.
Well, especially in the military, it is looked down upon for them to go and get counseling.
Oh, yeah.
Just like if you were in a mental hospital, you wouldn't go to your job interview and go, oh, by the way, I was in a mental hospital, just so you know.
Good point.
That's not something you would ever disclose unless you absolutely had to, like in a personal relationship or, doctor to doctor, something like that.
Good point.
David, with Mitch Heil knowing David as long as he had, you would think that he would have been the first person. Him or Danny or Dan Sr. One of them.
That's true.
Would have said, or even Allison. One of them would have said, no, we know he did this because he struggled with this for a long time. None of them had any inkling of that. None of them said a word about it. With this whole Gray State movie, while it was, stars and dollar signs in everybody's eyes, David was a great guy and everybody believed in him and everybody was behind him. And then after this happens, the people that David was distancing himself from changed their ideology from always ask questions, always look deeper, never stop till you're satisfied, to stop, don't go there, trust us, we know what's going on, you don't need to look further into this. That's weird. That in itself is weird. You don't act like that if you don't have something to hide.
Well said. Well said, my friend. I think that's
I really
think that's a great...
appreciate you having me call, even though I was quite late.
That's okay. I think you're our good closer here. You usually close out the show with some great thoughts here. I think that's a great place for us to shut this one down, and we'll come back, and I hope you join us for number 7. We're going to be talking about the bullets and the bullet casings, and we're going to make sure that everything turned out correctly. So if you've read my book, you will know we're still on the living room chapter. We only got through about a couple pages here, but we will come back next month. And thank you, Stephanie, again for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Until next time, God bless you all, and we will be back here next month.
My name is Dan Hennon. I live 30 minutes away from the Crowley family crime scene in Minnesota. I am the creator of the Facebook group called Justice for David Crowley and Family. I created this group on January 19th, 2015, a day I'll never forget. Almost 5 years later, we have roughly 2,800 members. And my closest ally in the search for the truth is Greg Fernandez Jr. Although Greg lives in California, and like me, has no connection to this case, he has been drawn to the bizarre nature of this case. On a personal trip to California in 2016 to conduct interviews relating to the Philip Marshall family murder case in Calaveras County, I was able to meet Greg personally, as we are researchers in that case as well. I was struck by the similarities of these two horrible cases. As Greg and I are both Christians, I'm grateful that our paths crossed. We conduct faith-based research on several unsolved crimes. I consider Greg a brother and feel honored that he asked me to write the foreword to this book. As an accountant by trade, my focus is on banking transactions and anomalies that come into play relating to means, motive, and opportunity of a crime. Who benefits? Why was the crime committed? My attention to detail is something I take pride in. I'm continually amazed with Greg's tenacity to dig deeper and find the real deep details. He asks the hard questions and is persistent. Greg's attention to detail is something he's been blessed with, and is a very important skill that makes this book stand out, in my opinion. The chapters Suspicious Activity, Chapter 9, and 21 Questions for Detective Gummert, Chapter 11, are very interesting. The chapter Suspicious Activity is extremely significant, and to this day is the #1 area where the law enforcement investigation fell short. The lack of follow-up on essential details was stunning. The fact that friends were in the Crowley home prior to the professional cleaning being completed is nothing short of astounding. Once the investigation ended, Greg summarized the remaining questions regarding the case that weren't answered in the police report. Greg's relationships with the lead investigator, Detective James Gummert, allowed these questions to be forwarded to the Apple Valley Police Department to be answered personally by Mr. Gummert. He took the time to answer the 21 questions, and that was appreciated by both of us. Regardless if we agree or disagree with the findings/conclusion, we were able to have a cordial, respectful dialogue with the AVPD. The Gray Stage book is a well-written, extremely well-researched book that doesn't answer the questions, but instead forces the reader to use critical thinking and challenges the reader to jump into this case with both feet. This book is more of a research tool and guide for those following the case, and leaves the conclusion up to the reader as to what may or may not have happened in the Crowley home in Apple Valley, Minnesota. Greg's straightforward approach and writing style make this a quick read and one that could be accessed again and again during the reader's research. This is not a whodunit mystery book, but instead, it meticulously details the errors, missteps, and peculiar actions by family, friends, neighbors, law enforcement agencies, and various media outlets. Greg is careful not to point fingers, but accurately provides evidence why certain concerns are valid in a polite, respectful way. Greg has written many articles about this case, but he makes sure not to make this book a compilation of those articles. After poring over lab reports, ballistic reports, DNA analysis, and investigators' handwritten notes, Greg can pull tiny nuggets of useful information into the broader picture. Greg has appeared in numerous internet podcasts and radio shows relating to this case, and he and I are both interviewed and appear in the Netflix documentary A Gray State, produced by Eric Nelson. This book is a one-stop shop for all questions surrounding the case. The reason this case stands out is simple. It isn't a case that took place in the past, but a case that took place in real time on social media that evolved during and after the actual investigation was completed. This group uncovered Facebook posts on David Crowley's personal page that were hidden or removed after the bodies were found. We've tracked the dishonesty that family and friends were caught in the aftermath of this, and have exposed inconsistencies in witness statements provided to police. Our ongoing investigation continues to this day that involves dozens of talented citizen investigators on various media platforms that could lead one day to the actual solving of this crime. Much has been done to get this story into the hands and minds of the general public, but to date, there hasn't been traction on a case that we feel is exceedingly important. Getting a book like this published is crucial to raising the awareness of this case. Greg wants the readers to share this material and the book itself with others. This book is not intended to collect dust on your bookshelf, but instead be a resource that can be utilized, marked up, and sections highlighted to use along your journey to find justice for David, Comel, and Rania Crowley. The index to this book alone is 10 pages and provides the sources for each piece of information provided in the book. The title, The Gray Stage, is a well thought out name for this book. The evidence overwhelmingly shows that multiple rooms in the Crowley house were staged following this triple homicide. The living room, office, bedroom, and bathroom show that pre-planning and care was taken to confuse and throw off detectives in this case. Crime scene staging is a physical manifestation of a person's imagination for how things should appear when trying to turn a murder case into a legitimate death scene, says criminologist and death investigation consultant Laura G. Tetler, who is also vice president of the American Investigative Society of Cold Cases. Although it is not clear who committed the crimes in that home, we do know that the scene was in fact overstaged. A mistake often made by amateur criminals, and this should have been picked up by seasoned investigators. Examples include leaving the marijuana on the bedroom dresser, leaving the Quran opened up on the living room floor, writing the Islamic words in English on the wall in blood, leaving an alleged suicide note typed on a computer with no signature, playing a 53-song playlist, playing on David's laptop in a loop in the background, using hollow point bullets for a suicide, removing the dog dish water and water bowls from the home, leaving the rear slider to the patio unlocked and slightly ajar in winter, and finally, taking body parts from the scene, resulting in some to believe that the dog ate them, was all far too much for one to consider plausible. I personally believe the ugly truth will come out one day regarding what really happened to this family, and this book is a big step in that direction. I thank you for reading The Gray Stage and urge each one of you to get this book into the hands of at least one other person. Dan Hennon, October 2019.
Hey everyone, thank you for listening to the Gray Stage podcast. Before we get started here, I just want to remind you that if you haven't heard about Anchor, it's the easiest way to make a podcast. Let me explain. It's free. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast all in one place. Download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is May 31st, 2020, and today's podcast will be going over the book The Gray Stage, written by Greg Fernandez Jr. Today's chapter will be Chapter 4, Examining the Bodies. Joined with us today will be Sophia, Catherine, Greg, and myself. If you got the book handy, it's on page 27. And what I'll do is I'll start off and I'll read the first paragraph, and then we can get the show started. Here's where it starts. Title: Examinations. The bodies of David, Comel, and Rania were removed from the house at 1:30 a.m. on January 18th. And taken to the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office. Rania's autopsy was conducted first at 8:20 a.m. Comel's autopsy began 10 minutes later at 8:30 a.m. And David's body was conducted last at 11:50 a.m. So that's the first section. Maybe, Greg, I can give a little overview here for the listeners. And so the bodies were discovered on the 17th of January, and that is a Saturday in 2015. This was Saturday the 17th. But by the time the investigation was there, the photos were taken, the bodies were examined, and the crime scene was looked into. It crossed over past midnight onto the 18th. And so that's where it starts off with this chapter that really was taken out of the house at 1:30 a.m. the following day, which is now, we're talking Sunday, January 18th. And the crime was committed in Dakota County. And so the importance of this first thing here, it mentions that they went to Hennepin County. The Dakota County does not have their own medical examiner's office or coroner. And so what they do is they subcontract out to the neighboring county, which is Hennepin County, which is based in downtown Minneapolis. So that's a good setting here that you've set here, Greg, with this first paragraph, because it does, if there's any confusion there, the bodies are found on the 17th. This is the 18th, the next day, but still that same night, essentially. And so what they did was they brought them to the medical examiner's office, which I said earlier was contracted out through Hennepin County, and they did those 7 hours later now at 8:20 a.m., and then Kamel, and then David's was done last. Just wanted to give an overview of that for if there was any confusion.
Well, that's good to know. Yeah, I did not know that. Is that regular? I mean, are there a lot of other counties that also don't, that...
The Hennepin County does their own, and then they subcontract out with Dakota, which is the one here, and they also subcontract out with Scott. Scott County is also next door. And so Scott and Dakota both subcontract out, and just rather than pay to have the medical examiner and examiner's offices, there's so few murders and homicides and things like that they just have Hennepin County handle all of that. But it is in a different county. They got to drive the bodies up there. It's another outsourced service for the county, and they just absorb that. So they account for 3 counties at Hennepin County. And so at the end of the year, they provide an annual report for Hennepin County, and it's really large because they've got to break it down for the members of Scott County, Dakota County, and Hennepin County. Even though they're doing they're doing them all, they do have to break that out. So their annual report is quite large. But once again, even in Apple Valley, the city of Apple Valley, there's only average of 1 homicide per year. So they're still doing deaths, suicides, and things like that. But actually, full autopsies like this, they don't have the staff or the funding to do it themselves, so they just hire it out.
Okay. Yeah, because one of the things I was wondering is, okay, the bodies are taken out at 1:30 a.m. The first Ranya's autopsy doesn't start until 8:20. So again, I was just trying to understand if this is all proper, if everything that we're seeing here is just all proper. To me it seems like a long time, but I don't know if that's kind of standard, and maybe that's because they had to drive it, somewhere else, and maybe that's part of the reason why.
Maybe Catherine would be a good person to start off with this, because I also don't know, but I'm just guessing that there was in a situation like this, there's still going to be a queue, a Q-U-E-Q, and once they get into the queue, maybe they're 7 hours later. Would it make sense that it would be that late? But I don't know.
Well, to jump in, I would assume that the reason why the first autopsy didn't begin until 8:20 is because Dr. Lelinski more than likely needed to go home and get some sleep. And I want to go back and notice, because according to the records and her sign-in sheet, she was there from 12 until 12:45. She left. Mm-hmm. It is also stated that the bodies left with her. Now, this is saying, and Greg, according to your book, you're showing that you found information where the bodies didn't leave the house until 1:30 a.m. That's, as we know, a 45-minute difference. But to get back to the point, I'm sure she probably just had to go home and get some sleep before the autopsies began, and that would be my best guess.
Okay, that makes sense. Any other points or any questions anyone has? Yeah, I'll have to look at that time and figure out where I found that time. It could be from Joe Cooksley's notes, so I'll look at that. The first autopsy is obviously Rania, and that is another question that I had. Okay, is that normal? Is it standard operating to if there is a crime and they need to do this for a couple bodies, do they do children first? Is it just random? Is there any logic? Am I thinking too much into this? Does it really matter?
It really doesn't matter, and it's just, they probably just said, let's do the child first. It's, probably what was, I don't know, easiest, or, but there's generally no rhyme or reason. They just pick a body and go from there.
And they have, this is the only autopsy, I believe, where there are 4 officers. I think in the other 2 there might be 1 or 2, but not 4. So I was also wondering about that. Again, is that just standard too? Did they feel some special need to actually be there during this one, and not the same need to be there when they're looking at Kamel and looking at David? I think there might be 2 for Kamel, and then for David, I'm not even sure if there is 1, if there's any cops in there. Yeah, there is. There's 2. But why 4? And again, maybe I'm thinking too much into this, but as somebody who just wants to learn about, what they do and what are the proper things, is it normal to have that many people in there? Is it a little intimidating for the people that are doing these reports to have 4 cops standing right in there, or is it just not a big deal?
Yeah, I can't think of anything or any reason why they would need 4 officers in on her autopsy. That makes no sense. There's no rhyme or reason to that at all. We don't know how big the autopsy room is. Is it a big bay? Are they individual rooms? We don't know, unless someone has been into the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's office. So to have 4 police officers with 2 medical doctors, that's 5 people in a room, and that's pretty crowded. So that doesn't make sense to me at all. It's just crazy.
Okay, and Jessica Lelinski was the pathologist, and she was assisted by Mitchell Morey.
She's the medical examiner. The pathologist was not there, although they signed off on it.
Okay.
The pathologist is the one who's ahead of everything. That would be Dr. Lauren Jackson, but only Dr. Lelinski, the medical examiner, and Mitchell Morey, who is the assistant medical examiner, were in the room.
Okay, so that needs to be changed then, I think, right, in my book? She's the medical examiner, not the pathologist, because I wrote the pathologist. Can you explain the difference?
Yeah,
well, the pathologist...
I'm
I'm sorry.
unclear on that myself. Go ahead, Catherine. I'm unclear on that myself. Go ahead, Catherine.
The pathologist is generally going to be the person who's going to be running the entire facility. They're kind of like the top dog. The medical, and I do believe they have to have extra education, and Dr. Lelinski is just basically a physician who has training within the forensic and this type of field. So she doesn't have as much education as Dr. Jackson, and Dr. Jackson runs the facility. So Dr. Lelinski would answer to Dr. Jackson. And so, yeah, she's not a pathologist.
Okay. Good to know there, too. The main thing, I think, that everybody should be bothered by, or at least should have questions on, I know this was a big question that came up, is how they positively identify this daughter. And it's listed as circumstantial. So,
okay. I'm sorry.
Before I read too much into that, go.
Well, I spoke with a coroner, and I asked them that same question. I'm like, is that normal? Is that standard operating procedure to identify, especially children, in that manner? And they said yes, because if they have 2 parents and all this other stuff, basically they kind of go, well, the circumstantial evidence will be the child is in the house, the child looks like the parents, the child looks like the photos. There's someone there to say, yes, that is our granddaughter, that type of thing. So they don't have to then do blood tests to say, okay, they don't have to basically do a DNA test, because circumstantially they are able to prove that this is Rania Crowley. So that is very normal.
Excellent. Another note that I have here about this one, unless anybody has any points they want to jump in there, still staying on the Rania Crowley autopsy. No suit or stippling. What does that mean?
It means she wasn't shot. She wasn't shot close up. It was from further away. Stippling would be left behind if the gun was close to her head. If it was up close and personal.
Okay, like 1 foot, 2 feet.
Well, it's hard to say, and that's the thing, is unless something is put between the weapon and the head, are they at a further distance, or is it just, I mean, with this type of weapon, I would find it hard to believe, like Sophia was saying, that the stippling and soot, they should have found something within her hair, you know. So obviously, but yet, and still, isn't her autopsy the one that says that there was a circular pattern left on her scalp? So that's the thing that didn't make much sense to me. You know, because if they're going to have a circular pattern, yet there isn't stippling or soot, why didn't they question that? And I guess that was kind of my question to them. One of my questions to them is, why didn't they look further into that?
If she was, I mean, I guess I'm trying to figure out how far she would have to be, or does that mean that she was covered with something? If her face was covered, if her head was covered, could that be the reason why there wasn't any?
It could be either or, yet they still don't explain the, let's see, what does it say here? It says the wound is surrounded by an approximately 0.5 centimeter wide faint circular impression. I mean, I don't even see anywhere did they measure that up against the muzzle of the gun. I see they didn't follow that up at all, so we don't know. But either way, it's plausible that something was placed between the weapon and her head, or it was farther away. One of the two.
And it also
this is Stephanie.
Go ahead.
If, like if a pillow was put in between her head and the gun, that would keep it, like, soot and the impression from the gun from being there, just to clarify?
Well, again, it would probably capture the soot and the stippling or the little gunpowder pellets that shoots out. But I'm not sure if it, depending on how thick of a pillow, if it's thick, it's not going to leave an impression from the weapon. So, you know, I think right here in this situation, we're guessing, we're throwing things out to the wind and seeing what's going to come back at us, because there's really not enough information, and they just did not investigate this at all. I see nothing in any of the records or in any of the reports where they did any follow-up to this situation.
Correct. And they didn't test things for the gunpowder, so we don't know what covered her head, if anything.
Correct.
It also says that she was found partially decomposed with, it actually uses the words for moderate decomposition. So again, looking for a timeline of how long she could have been dead for. What is the range that that we should be looking at. I know we've talked about this before, but I think it's a very important point. Moderate decomposition, especially when later it says that it's actually early to moderate decomposition in the same report.
Yeah, so early to moderate is going to be like right after death to maybe about a week. And with the rest of her decompositional findings on autopsy, when they say moderate, I'm assuming it's going to be getting closer to about a week in after death. She's starting to show some signs of decomp. So it's not obviously a fresh death where, okay, something happened, they walk in and, okay, this child is now dead, where, we now have some type of skin discoloration and some blistering. So, again, roughly about a week.
Wow. And so they would have known that too. And then how do they account for their 3-week story? I guess they're a separate agency, right? So I guess they don't really have to, but if pushed, they would have to say that the bodies were not there for 3 weeks.
Yeah, and then when you look at these autopsy reports, I don't see anywhere anyway, unless, of course, I looked past it, but I don't see anything in these reports that show that these bodies had been laying there for 3 weeks. They, everything that's, when they describe the decomp and the condition of the bodies, when they're stating early to moderate, they're saying right there that it isn't advanced decomp, which is what you see in every single police report, advanced decomposition. And then these medical doctors are coming back saying, no, it's early to moderate decomposition. So right there, I find a huge discrepancy where the medical examiners kind of do not follow the narrative of the police officers.
Can I jump in for a sec? This is Dan.
Yeah.
A question is, what I've got is, for Greg, at this point, this is the following morning after the bodies are being found. So at this point, was there only one press release given by Apple Valley Police just simply stating suspicious deaths, they're looking into it? They have yet to make this determination within, I think it was a 48-hour period where they said, we think the bodies are there, or, a double homicide-suicide. But they didn't get into the narrative until later as far as the bodies were there for 3 weeks. So at the time of this, the medical examiner, they're looking at the bodies, and they don't know how long the bodies were there at this point. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. It doesn't come in later till we get this 3-week narrative, but right now we're just getting some very preliminary verbiage that's inconsistent, I'll say, as far as the moderate versus early or late. But even the cops at the scene there don't know that hey, the bodies are there for. They just know they're decomposing, and in the process of decomposing, but they don't know it's even 3 weeks yet, much less Jessica Lelinski on the scene. They're just looking at the bodies knowing that they're decomposed. But wouldn't at this point, too, Catherine, they would at least have it narrowed down by saying, looks like the bodies had been 7 to 10 days or 11 to 15 days. They would start at this point already narrowing it down regardless of what they get from police.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume that these doctors should know, when they walk in on a scene, they're looking at the temperature of the room, they're looking at, the condition of the house in which they find the body or the scene in which they find the bodies, that she should have been able to say, okay, this is probably what we're looking at, and then not make an outright judgment, but she should have a really good idea, and then either it would be substantiated by the autopsy or she would find something different. So yeah, she should have had a pretty good idea. Even though she was almost freshly out of school, she still should have known.
Yeah, I think she would have been 30, 31 years old at this point. I looked her up today. I think she's 36, and this was 5 years ago. So she would have been roughly 31 years old. Does that match with being freshly out of school for her degree, her career?
Well, it depends on how old she was when she started, but I think in my research of her, when I looked at when she graduated the medical school and then when she had started working there, it was just, it was either not too long ago, it was less than a couple of years.
Okay. Yeah, she was young, a young person at the time in her position. Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I had for that.
Yeah, I'm actually looking to see exactly when they mention, or if they mention, in the 5 press releases that they have, just trying to see if they mention how long the bodies were there. Just looking at it right now. I don't see it in the first 3. So, but that, again, goes back to, well, where did this three-week theory come from? Is it because people hadn't heard from them in 3 weeks? They hadn't been seen in 3 weeks? I had a hard time with that.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's what they're going by, because a lot of people were giving false dates to begin with, because we know by the phone records and by following up and actually researching their testimonies that they were not truthful, but most of them were saying the last time they spoke to them or saw them were 3 weeks prior. So
the final press release, which is dated January 23rd, 2015, does state that, where is it? Investigators have determined the last verified activity from the residence happened in late December. So maybe that's what they're going on. I don't know, but obviously that's not that's not a good way to find the truth in this case.
That is not consistent with the findings of the autopsy. So, and
sticking to the decomp, to the moderate, early to moderate decomp, says that the livor and the rigor mortis were not found. The livor, the discoloration of skin; rigor mortis, the stiffness of death. Those were not found. So that again helps us. Mm-hmm.
And I wanted, I mean, the rigor comes and goes relatively quickly within, depending on when it falls in. It usually does its whole course. If everything is consistent, 12, 16 hours, whatever, it's pretty consistent. But the livor mortis, if she had been shot, if Rania had been shot and killed, and then if Paleo had taken her arm after death, this young lady would have had livor mortis. Now, livor mortis is where the line of lividity, where there would be a marking of where the blood would then pool in the body upon her death. Wherever she laid and landed, it would have remained there, and you would have seen where that blood had pooled. Now, that is completely missing in all 3 bodies, which, leaves very limited reasons as to why. So, again, why, even the medical examiner, why did the medical examiner not look up and follow, especially on a young child? Why is the livor mortis, why is that absent? It shouldn't be.
And then, even so, according to the external examination, early to moderate decomposition is evidenced by skin discoloration, marbling, blistering, slippage, and partial mummification of the face, left hand, and feet. I mean, this is pretty brutal to think about, but again, we're just trying to figure out what really happened here. So, does this contradict what they had just said, that there were no livor or rigor mortis?
Livor mortis is just where the blood pools, which is not the same thing as skin marbling.
Okay. And skin discoloration?
Correct. It's not the same.
Okay.
Like skin can go to a yellow color, a greenish color, that type of thing. That's what they're talking about.
Okay. And the slippage, what exactly is that?
That's kind of like, say, where little blisters or blobs or blebs, or what I think they're called blebs, where they kind of begin to fill with fluid, and then as they rupture, the skin will start to come off with it. It's, you know, again, all part of the where it's getting closer to the moderate decomp phase.
Yeah, this was a really tough chapter because, you know, I have no experience with any of this stuff. I was constantly looking up these things, and even the stuff that I looked up, you know, I'd have to go back now and probably look up a lot of that stuff. This was very tough, not only because we're talking about a child, first of all, but just to try to understand this and to just stick to the facts as much as possible, because obviously, since I don't know that much, my mind can start racing. Oh, well, maybe it means this, or maybe it means that. And so I really tried to, that's probably why this is another short chapter, is I really just tried to keep it to what these reports are stating, so that people like Catherine and people who understand what is being said here, then I can bounce those ideas off of them, and they can help me to better understand without making me feel stupid too, right? That's always a good thing.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I think you did a good job writing this, and I mean, please don't feel stupid. It's not always an easy topic to understand.
Yeah. Very challenging. So the examiners also observed evidence of post-mortem animal scavenging, and so I was expecting to find more, expecting to find a lot more than what I found. Now maybe this is just because this is the autopsy report, maybe there's more notes, but this is one of the only mentions of quote-unquote scavenging by the dog. And I had a hard time with that too, because the reasoning, I was just expecting more. Some of the reasoning why they said this, that there was possible animal scavenging, is because the daughter's right arm was completely gone. I don't know how that necessarily just means that there is animal scavenging, or how that proves, or how that would even lead someone down that path, that there was some type of scavenging, unless they were told, unless they were kind of fed that. It just seems like they're just throwing out a lot of different stuff. And when we're looking at these documents, it kind of breaks their whole theory, the whole theory that the dog did any of this stuff. But it gets worse. You know, it's not just that. They also mentioned, you know, okay, the jagged and tattered skin of soft tissue defects where Ranya's arm would have connected to her shoulder. So it's really hard for me to buy that the dog would eat any type of bones, swallow them, digest them, and whatever. But we're talking about a whole arm. Even a 5-year-old's arm, that's pretty big. That's pretty big. And if the whole arm is missing, how would there be any jagged or tattered skin? Of course there would be, because the arm was pulled off, right? The arm was ripped off. So how do they relate that and know that that this was done by that dog? I was expecting to find dog teeth marks. I wanted him to say, look, we found dog teeth marks at the shoulder, so obviously, you know, that's why it was jagged, tattered, etc., etc. So in a report like this, are they giving me everything that I would need, or are they just giving me the basics?
I mean, here it's like it's the basics at best. And we have to keep in mind that this is just the, what do they call it? And I think they just call this like the autopsy report, but there is a medical examiner's report. And that is where it's going to contain a whole bunch of the information, but as the general public, we are not privy to that. That is not part of the FOIA process. So, that's what I wish I could get my hands on, is the actual medical examiner's report. I want to see, because like you stated, not one of these autopsy reports mention dog teeth marks on any of the bones. I mean, if this dog is going to be gnawing and pulling, in especially where the hands are involved, they just don't pop off, which is what it seems like they want people to believe. They, be it the medical examiner's office or the police, they just want people to think that the dog grabbed hold of a hand, yanked, and the sucker just popped off. It doesn't happen like that. So the dog, if it truly had bitten and pulled off, there would be, it would be beyond obvious. They would be saying, okay, teeth marks, teeth scraping on the bones, whatever. And I don't see any of that, like you were stating. None of that is mentioned in any of the reports.
If I can jump in for a sec, I think, Catherine, you'll agree with this, is that what I read into this by looking at this, it reminds me of the bloody footprint, that there's no evidence that it was David's, but they went through and said that, well, Comel had socks on, and it wasn't a child's foot, so therefore it must have been David's. I get the same type of logic while reading this. Her arm is missing, so therefore there's evidence of animal scavenging. Well, that's not the evidence we're looking for, as far as when Greg got that report, he's looking for evidence. Was there teeth, claws, scratching, paws, evidence like that. But what they're saying is that there's evidence of animal scavenging because the arm was missing, and therefore how else would it be gone? So there's the evidence, and that's not what Greg's looking for, is evidence, specifically teeth marks, claws. How did it get out of that socket? And so us four looking at this, and I think we got others on the call too. I think Stephanie and someone else perhaps, but we're looking for. We are, as critical thinkers. That doesn't work as evidence. That's conclusion. That's a theory. If the arm is missing and the dog was there, well, the dog ate it. But we'd like to see them say, maybe the dog ate it, or perhaps the dog ate it, or it's possible that the dog ate it. But what we don't like, the folks like us who are critical thinkers, is when the medical examiner says it's evidence of dog scavenging. Well, there is no evidence of evidence of dog scavenging. Does that make sense?
I absolutely agree with everything you just said, and that's exactly it. We tend to get attacked because people say that we do a lot of conjecture. I mean, this is conjecture definition. You know what I mean? It's like, if everything that they are stating in regard to animal scavenging is conjecture. A dog was at the scene, parts are missing, therefore the dog did it. Well, like you stated, and we all know, that's not true, and there's no proof.
Is there a difference between scavenging and the dog being responsible for this, or is it pretty much the same thing?
It's the same thing. Scavenging would be the consuming consuming, taking, eating of an animal on a body. Predation, scavenging, depending, I think, on predation, I think, really kind of goes to the wild animals, and scavenging would be considered maybe household pets. But yeah, basically the same thing. It would be the eating or tearing at a human body by an animal in the home.
Okay. The only other thing I have on Rania is the fractured third rib. How does a rib get fractured, even in a child's, for a child's rib? How hard, how difficult would that be? Have we ever heard of any dogs ever fracturing a rib? What type of force would need to be?
A lot of force. When people do CPR, oftentimes you can fracture and break ribs then. But when CPR is done correctly, You are pressing down. What you see on TV it's a joke. That's not true compressions. I mean, you are pushing down with everything you have and as fast as you can. There's a lot of pounds per square inch being put on those ribs, so they crack and they break. The same thing, especially in this area under the arm. There's no way Paleo could have fractured her rib. None whatsoever. And so a lot of pressure would have to have been applied to that section of the body to fracture that rib.
And where's the location of this rib, Catherine, for the listeners out there?
It says that it is under, let me see, I think it's under, okay, the lateral right first to fourth ribs are showing, and the lateral right third rib is fractured. Lateral meaning the outside, so it would be the side of her. Okay. So basically where the under the arm would be, somewhere in that area where that third rib is.
And some have suggested on the Justice page in the past, years back, that maybe after she was shot, she fell awkwardly and maybe fractured it.
No.
Or was in an argument and her dad yanked her arm or something, and during a struggle that could have fractured it. And those are not examples of a fracture.
No.
At all. Okay.
No. If anything, if there was a struggle or a yanking on the arm, there would have been maybe a slight dislocation. But I mean, you would have to pull pretty hard, even for a 5-year-old. Up until like young children, 1, 2, it's easy to dislocate their arms. So that's why doctors will, a lot of times, pediatricians will tell parents, don't hold your kids between you and swing them, right? Because that used to be a fun thing to do. But I can't tell you how many children every year come into the ER with dislocated arms because the parents were simply swinging their children, not doing anything to hurt them. And that's because the ligaments and everything truly aren't really set, so to speak. But in a 5-year-old, that would be extremely difficult to dislocate even a 5-year-old's arm, in the sense of, I mean, you would have to seriously yank and pull. And there is no evidence of any kind of struggle, or there's no bruising to her body that would show a struggle, ensued, nothing. So there's nothing to substantiate David dislocated her arm. I mean, her arm's missing too, but we know that who David was as a person does not fit with that theme or whatever. I don't know. I can't think of the correct word.
Is there any reason?
It doesn't fit with the narrative.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
If the rib fracture and her arm being taken off was done before she died, there would be a significant way to show. I mean, there is a way to see the difference of if something was done before death or after death, like the way the blood pools and everything like that.
There would be more than a blood pooling. There's a brachial artery in there, and once that brachial artery is severed, I mean, you're going to have spewing and arterial spray, and there would be blood everywhere. Her blood would be absolutely everywhere, and yet we don't find her blood anywhere with the exception of maybe on the gun and on the knife. So, yeah, there would be evidence of that. If it occurred within the house, let me put that little caveat in there.
So that tells us that this was possibly done after she died?
Either after she died or it didn't occur in the house.
Okay. But there's no way to tell, based on what we have here, if this was ripped out or whatever you want to say, that it was fractured.
If we'll put it this way, if they want to say that she died in the home, then the arm was removed after death.
But if she didn't die in the home, then it's possible it was not after death.
Correct.
Okay. Is there any reason why it would be the third rib and not the first, second, and fourth?
Probably because the first and the second ribs are going to be up higher to the clavicle. So they're kind of like a little bit shorter. And in the third and the fourth, that type of thing, it's going to be easier underneath the armpit to be able to either apply pressure to that area and fracture those ribs than it would be the first and second.
Is there one stronger? Are they strong? Because we're going from north to south, right? 1, 2, 3, 4.
They're all going to be roughly the same. It would take the same amount of strength to fracture any of those ribs, but it's just where they're located within the body, and you know where it would be easier to apply pressure to those ribs versus the first or the second rib. The first and the second aren't going to be as accessible to that type of pressure where the third and fourth ribs would be.
Okay.
Catherine, I have a question. The theory right now that we're working with because of this arm being off is that someone killed Rania and then threw their foot, leveraged a human foot in there and then yanked it off post-mortem. And then the dog may or may not have scavenged on it after that. But during this autopsy, would the medical examiner doing it see a footprint or a shoe print or an impression in that armpit that would be noticeable, or would that be something that would have gone away, or what are your thoughts?
It's a little bit harder to bruise the skin after death because the blood ceases to flow upon death. Once that heart stops beating, blood stops flowing. And so you have to have like that blood going through that area in order for it to be, the vessels to be damaged and have that blood come out.
Okay, as opposed to bruising, how about an impression, like a boot or a hiking boot or a shoe or a tennis shoe impression? Would that be left behind?
And again, that kind of goes along with the same thing. You get the impressions by the damage that's done to the tissue, and is there going to be like, it would be harder on a fresh kill or whatever. Oh, I hate saying this because she's such a child, but I don't mean it that way. There's really no swelling that's really going on to leave an impression. There's really no blood vessels are going to be active to let blood seep through to leave an impression. So I think it's possible, but maybe not as probable. But yet, that doesn't mean maybe they saw something underneath when they pulled back that skin, but I don't see where that type of description is given to us in this report. This is really so vague. You know, maybe there was, but we don't know.
And then my last question is, if this was taken off and kept by the killer or killers as a trophy, what would the smell or the stench be like? You know, a body goes through the phase of stinking,
right.
But would a body part, if someone kept that as a trophy, how well sealed or in kind of a plastic wrap or something, or buried? What would it cause a stench that would be noticeable? A body part?
Yes. Decomposition and when tissue begins to decompose and rot and stuff, it stinks. Even if you have like a small piece of hamburger, like say you had raw hamburger the size of a hamburger patty, and you left that out, that's going to smell horribly within a few days. It's the same thing with the body part. It would smell horribly. However, if it's wrapped up enough, or was it stuck in a embalming fluid or something else stuck into a jar and something that would preserve it, then that could mitigate the smell. There are ways to mitigate, but it's not easy.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other points or anything on that before we move on to Camille? I mean, I had a few questions, just personally, I guess. We're just, well, why would her arm need to be taken out? And if the dog is going to eat the arm, why not eat both arms? And there's just no logic to any of this dog theory, which again, all could have been proven if they just would have done some testing. But I don't understand why would they need, if there is foul play, and I think we all agree that obviously if David is not guilty, then somebody else did this. Why would her arm, specifically her right arm, need to be taken from the scenes? Was there something that the police were going to find that would have showed a sign of struggle? I mean, personally, to me, the fact that her arm is missing is a possible sign of a struggle. The fact that you guys have clearly pointed out about the third rib, how is that not a sign of a possible struggle?
Well, I think it's possible. I think it's very possible that something was that could have given the police or the medical examiner a hint or a clue as to who truly did this. Did they leave their DNA on her arm? Was she trying to get away and then they accidentally scratched her or something? There are lots of different things. Was there, I mean, who knows? Everything at this stage is just a big guess, They could have easily have left, somehow their DNA could have been left on her arm to where they couldn't have gotten rid of it, or was her arm taken because David was somewhere else, and then was that a form of torture for him? Look what we're doing. We don't know. And yes, I know that's an extreme, but it's just, another example. We just don't know. And that's a good question.
The point, and Catherine, you have a good point that we don't know, and there could be 15, 20 different examples why. But the main thing to focus on for the listeners out there is that a arm could not be pulled from the socket by a dog, correct? So there's human intervention in there at some point of this whole scenario. Some have gone so far to say that after 3 weeks of decomposition, there was not much left of the skin or the bones, and paleo did not have to try that hard to rip it out of there. The point we're trying to make on episodes like this on this podcast is the fact that the socket, after 3 months of decomposition, or after 1, or after 2, whatever, the dog would not have been able to pull a girl's arm out of its socket regardless. So some human did it, and that's the catch. Yes, there certainly could have been some torture involved, or evidence of torture left behind that warranted the killers requiring to get rid of that, or it could have been a trophy. It could have been, who knows what kind of symbolism. Maybe it was left behind. Maybe it was a coded message or something. But we could talk forever on those possible examples. The fact is, and the fact that what we say the Apple Valley Police Department did not consider, is that the dog could not have done it. When I spoke with lead detective James Gummert at the Apple Valley Police Department in the lobby, I said, what happened to that arm? And he said, well, I'm assuming the dog ate it. I said, but where's the bones and everything else? And how could the dog have done it? Well, I don't know. The arm wasn't there, so therefore the dog ate it. And see, we get back into that same thinking of what we're missing here is critical thinking. It couldn't have happened that way. What could have happened and what actually happened, I don't know, and we can only speculate. But if the arm cannot be pulled out of the socket by the dog, well, then we got an issue. And some say, well, then David did it before he killed everybody. Well, that's possible, but probably not very probable. The problem is someone pulled that arm out, and why? And so that's we're trying to get at the facts here, the facts. And steer away from the speculation. There could be a dozen reasons why that arm was missing. The point is, the arm was gone. And it was pulled out of the socket, and something that paleo cannot do. So that's the question, is why? And so obviously with that broken bone underneath that armpit in that rib, I think there was some leverage used, and some can speculate, well, maybe Kamel did it during all this, and maybe David did it. Well, maybe so.
But then where is the bone? Where is the bone remnants? Where are the bones? They're not in that home.
And not only that, with the police trying to say that Paleo took that arm, they have no idea when that arm went missing. Was it right after death? Was it a week after her death? Was it 10 days after her death? You know, because if they want, well, first of all, and like you were stating, a dog cannot pull that arm out of the socket, you know, even 3 weeks. Even if they were correct and it was 3 weeks, that still is not enough to be able to allow that dog to pull the arm off. But since there's no indication and no proof when that arm was removed from the body, we know that a dog definitely cannot do it right after a person dies. We know a dog cannot do it a week after, 2 weeks after, 3 weeks after. And so I'm like, where did they even get this, that the dog pulled it off? When?
Correct. And there's, you know, evidence could possibly suggest with that rear slider left open and unlocked and ajar that the killer or killers made one, if not one or more visits post-mortem to that scene and could have taken it in. But the point is still who took the arm and why. As we know for sure, it wasn't Paleo. So that's the good thing that we've got here with a book like this with Greg, is we're pointing out facts. We're not looking at the speculation and the possible theories. Police investigators have got to get over the fact that that arm was pulled out of the socket. A crime took place, not by the dog. So that's the thing that we're trying to point out here, is that this is, not only was this girl, Rania, executed, what I call a single gunshot behind the left ear. That's an execution. And this is a 5-year-old girl in kindergarten that was executed. That's how disgusting this case is. And now we add to that an arm missing, a broken rib. This reaches all new lows when we get into this. And we haven't even gotten to the autopsies of Comel and David yet.
Correct.
That's how shocking this case is in my view.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yep, I agree too. You're right on. It's well stated. Dan, I know you gotta jump off here soon. I do believe that when Kenneth Maines also found, he talked about the third rib too, right? That was one of the things that kind of stuck out to the private investigator that you hired.
Yes, he had two comments. One was the arm was missing, and he thought that was strange, is all that he really said. You know, he didn't expand, he didn't research it further, he didn't write anything more about it. He just said, oh, that seemed more or less, to summarize, he said in his report, oh, that just seemed odd. Well, that certainly is odd. But then when I went back to a follow-up, and I gave him a list of questions that required follow-up. One was I said, Kenneth, how do you explain a fractured rib under the girl's armpit of that? That would not just get there. That would not just happen. Something would have to be done. He goes, yeah, I agree. That's something that I would look into, you know, further, or, you know, if I was actually hired to be a private eye in this case, to delve into it, that'd be something I would look into. So it raised his antenna, but the arm missing, he just simply said was strange. So,
have you posted any other stuff about his about the second follow-up? I don't know if I've asked you that or not.
With Kenneth Maines?
Yeah, with Kenneth Maines.
Yeah, I think there was a list of, I don't know if it was 10 or 12 questions that I asked him, and then he did write back. He wrote back the answers to those questions, and then I posted that. This would have been last summer or last fall. I could certainly repost it, because we're getting a lot of new members in the group, and that may be something to look at. But yeah, and I don't have much. And like I said, Greg, I do have to jump off here in a few minutes, but I don't have many questions, I think, on the David or Comel, but the Rania one was very interesting just because of those points. And we do have to remember too that her shirt that she was wearing was pulled up kind of
yanked up above her, kind of up on her chest. Her chest was exposed, and so, but nothing, you know, as far as there's been no evidence of any kind of sexual assault on any of the victims, but her shirt was yanked up like that. And I think once again they say maybe the dog could have done that or whatever, but very, very shocking, the whole scenario with Rania, I think. Very disgusting.
Yeah, because there's nobody else's clothes that are pulled up or anything like that. And, I mean, all that they would have to do is say, well, yeah, the dog, it looks like the dog, you know, we found dog teeth or we found something to show that the dog had done that. They don't even talk about that. There's many things that they don't talk about, almost like they were just hoping that you know, people would never look deeper into it. And people would never get a chance to see the
plan, to not have anyone do any further research. And, you know, when we looked into where she was buried was another thing too, because it came back that said that Rania was cremated, and then we find out that her ashes were split in two sides, and so that both families could have her ashes. The Crowley family, the grandparents, and the Alam family, the grandparents. And after asking the Alam family when they received that and where it is to this day, they said they just recently got it. I think it was a year ago, which means there's a 4-year gap. It was 3 or 4 years later before they even got it. And Dan Crowley Sr. He had it in his home, and I'm not going to say that he refused to send it, but they said they've been asking for it and they wanted it, but he still had it. And then finally, I think he just sent it FedEx down to Texas for them to have. But even that was there was confusion in who was supposed to have the remains and how they were supposed to get there. But nonetheless, she was cremated, and both of the remains were put in half, and I think they were buried with Comel later, obviously, or next to her body. You know, who knows where that is, but there was evidence at one point that they were saying that they were going to be buried together. You know, the ashes were combined. And so there was a lot of confusion with that too. But officially, I think both families have half of Rania's remains, but she was cremated, so there's no chance to go back either with to exhume a body to look into some of this further research because the body was cremated.
Yeah, and I had, I had asked Comel's sister's friend, or the friend, how do you make sure that those are actually that it was actually Rania? Now that it's cremated, how do they make? Is there any way to verify that the ashes that they got are actually hers?
And I think that's a good question for anyone getting cremated, and maybe Catherine can expand on that. Do you ever know you're just given ashes? Who knows whose they even are? But you're right. Did Dan Crowley Sr. Mail off someone else's ashes to them, and so he's got the whole thing? I highly doubt that, but whatever he got, he was still sitting on for a couple of years before he mailed them off. And I think there was some, expense related to that, and it was expensive, and they didn't want to do that right away. But the whole thing was fishy with the remains. They were sitting in Dan Crowley Sr.'s house, both sets of Rania's remains.
So there had to be some level of trust between the two families that, okay, at least we know that we're getting Rania's, that it actually is coming from Rania, that the ashes are hers. So I guess that shows that there is some level of trust between the two sides of this family, who have been mostly quiet throughout the whole thing and might not even know a lot of this stuff. And they might be listening now. And it might be a good time for them to go through these documents, to look at them for the first time, if they haven't. And they might have some of the same basic questions that we're all having now.
Yeah, and I think, too, I wouldn't be so sure about that level of trust. There may have been a little, or maybe a small amount of trust, or maybe perhaps no trust at all, but I do know that it took repeated efforts to get Dan Crowley Sr. to mail those down. And it wasn't until he actually did it, when it got exposure on the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, when we really exposed that, is when he finally followed through and did it. So, I don't know if he, I wouldn't even say that we have evidence to show that there was even support between the families as far as trust, I should say. He may have done it begrudgingly, but it's because we brought it up and voiced the concerns that really brought the action to take place.
All right, Dan. Well, I know you gotta jump off here. But
good luck, guys. Thanks again for having me on.
Thanks, Dan.
for all your help.
All right, bye-bye.
There goes Dan. All of this is his fault. He started all this, and yeah, that's it. Any final thoughts? Anything else anybody wants to say on Rania before we move on to Kamel?
Actually, I'm going to have to jump off too.
Okay.
But it was great speaking with all of you.
Thanks, Sophia.
Have a great weekend. What's left of it.
All right.
Okay.
You too.
Bye.
So Kamel's autopsy happens 10 minutes later after Rania's. When Rania's begins at 8:20 a.m., Kamel's begins at 8:30 a.m. And just as a different note, we also see that David's doesn't start until 11:50. And again, that was another question that I had. Well, why are they so? Are they doing the victims first and then they're going to do David's last? Is there any rhyme or reason to that, or is it just kind of random? Just okay, well, let's do this one first. Maybe I'm thinking too much into that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I just think they just it was just luck of the draw and said, let's just do them in this order. I'm not sure if it really meant anything. But I see where you did get pathologists. The reports do state, so, don't change your book because you're leaving it according to where their reports are. And it does list Walensky as the pathologist on Rania's autopsy, and then Mitchell Morey on Kamel's. Although I will disagree with that, just based on after speaking with some medical examiners and coroners as to the difference between a pathologist and a medical examiner. But I wouldn't change your book. Leave it as it is. Okay.
Yeah, and maybe that's just how their template. They just have a template, and they just put whoever's looking at the body, they put that there.
Yeah, that's what I think.
For Mitchell Morey, so he's going to be the only, if you look at Kamel's autopsy report, he's the only one there.
Yep.
For that one that's listed for that one. So that was another thing too. It's I just wondered why that is. So he's there. He sees the first one. 10 minutes later, after Rania's autopsy starts, Mitchell Morey goes to do the autopsy on Kamel. Is there a reason? Could they have waited? Or?
Well, we know that an autopsy takes a whole lot longer than 10 minutes. So why Mitchell is even on Rania's autopsy, I have no idea. Because again, it takes a while to do one, and then 10 minutes later he's starting Kamel's autopsy. So they had both of these going at the same time. Really, both autopsies at the same time.
Right.
Maybe
they also have two of the cops. Maybe they figured what?
Maybe they figured it would be if he's not actually a pathologist. Maybe he's put as the pathologist on Kamel's because she was already on Ranya's.
Yeah, he's listed as an assistant medical examiner on David's. And yeah, so every time that he signs, that's what he is. He's
the only thing
assistant medical examiner.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is maybe what they're referring to as pathologist on their report is the medical examiner who is actually conducting the autopsy. That's the only thing that makes sense by looking at this. Levinsky was doing Rania and Maury was doing Kamel.
All right, so Kamel, during her autopsy, Detective Sean McKnight and Detective Brian Bone are both there. So they were also with Ranya's. And so now you have probably, I'm assuming then Jim Gummert and Tommy Booth probably stayed with the Rania autopsy while these two cops go to the Kamel's. And I never really understood why they would need the cops there. What are they doing there? It sounds like they're just kind of there.
They don't have to be there. There's no rhyme or reason. I mean, they can be there maybe because they feel they want to follow through, but they don't really give in the doctors any information. I mean, their input is not needed during an autopsy.
Now, wouldn't this help them see that a lot of the allegations are wrong? So at this point, these four officers, Gummert, Sean McKnight, Brian Bone, Tommy Booth, after being here present for this, shouldn't they start looking for somebody else?
You would think. That's what makes sense.
I mean, they're here. They have no excuse to say, well, we didn't know. We didn't know about the fractured third rib. You guys were there. We didn't know about whatever. No, you guys were all there. You four should know everything that you need to know that shows that there are still many, many questions, still many things to follow up on. I don't know.
Yeah.
Kamel was identified by the dental radiographs and the tattoos, so that's how they ID'd her. She weighed 85 pounds when they found her, which is a big difference from what she normally weighed. So if we're talking about, the bodies being there, a dead body, how much weight does a body lose within a week, within 2 weeks, within 3 weeks of sitting there on a living room floor?
Do you know how much she weighed normally?
Yeah, it's in the 94 pages of police reports, and it is different than what they found her at. And I can pull that up, but I think it, obviously you want to be careful with women's weight, but I do believe it was different than what was on her, what's in the 94 pages. Let me just look at that here. So there's David. Kamel was 130. She's listed as 5'4" at 130 pounds in the 94 pages of Apple Valley Police document.
Wow, that's
But here, she's 85 pounds.
Yeah. I mean, we know that the human head, and again, I mean no disrespect to the families, and I hate to be so graphic, but I mean, we know the human head weighs roughly 10 pounds, but that even, you add that onto it, and that doesn't even come close to her stated weight.
Right. And I think David has something very similar. Let's see. Lividity, discoloration, and rigor were not recognized on her body. Body cavities contained small amounts of decomposition fluid. So does that show how long her body how long she's been dead. Does that help show?
I'm sorry, I had to go close my windows because someone's riding an RC car up and down the street. I'm sorry, what was your question?
So, what I was wondering is, there's one note that says that her body cavities contain small amounts of decomposition fluid. Does that help show how long she's been dead for, how long the body has been there for?
No, and that's, since it says small amounts, that really still fits in with where the rest of the body decomp is. What do they say? Moderate. I think hers strictly says moderate decomp, whereas David and Rania say early to moderate. But yeah, it fits in with the rest of it, with the moderate stage of decomp.
Okay. Let's see. Camille was shot twice with both entrance wounds in the left posterior parietal region of the skull. So this looked like a double tap. That was the way that I read it. These two shots are very close. So I don't know. And that would kind of line in with some of that quote-unquote rapid fire that we've been hearing about from some of the neighbors in a previous chapter where they had heard several rapid-fire shots. So I don't know.
But, the two gunshot wounds to her head, I mean, that would be like pow-pow. I mean, that would be rapid fire. And if they're hearing multiple rapid fires, there just isn't enough projectiles found within the house to say that had to have been the same event. So I think it's safe to kind of go past that theory and let that theory lie.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's probably why the police never followed up with that theory, because it doesn't mesh up with what was found at the scene to have them appear to be the same events.
Right. And they're also, I believe they're two separate dates too. So two different people are hearing rapid fire shots on different dates.
Exactly. Now what page...
no, go ahead.
I'm sorry, what page were you reading where it talks about the gunshot? I have her autopsy in front of me, where the entrance wounds are in the occipital region. Where are you reading that from?
Oh, let's see. I wonder if that was from... That was probably in the... I wonder if that's the external examination. And I was reading... Oh, from page 4, I believe, of Camille.
Okay.
I think that's where it is. Yeah, there's some of that stuff there. I remember it was with the gunshot. Wasn't really mentioned.
Yeah, that's
page 3.
I mean, not that it matters. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have interrupted you.
That's okay. No, that's okay. I mean, that's very important. Page 3? Is that where it is?
Yeah, in page 3 of her autopsy, under external examination, it says the head consists of a portion of skull which includes most of the left occipital bone and portions of the adjacent left parietal bone.
Okay.
There is... Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
The scalp is absent.
Yeah.
That bothered me too. Yeah, all the soft tissue gone, the hyoid bone, and it's just gone. Everything is. It's just weird.
How is the neck stable though? Like, what does that mean? It says the neck is stable, but most of it's missing. Like the.
Her vertebral column was still there, so I'm assuming that probably whatever part of the vertebral column was still there. It was still connected. It was still all part and together. It's not like part of it was hanging or disjointed or anything. So it was stable. In other words, it couldn't be moved really easily.
Okay.
Yeah, so brain tissue was gone from the skull. How is that? I mean, canine scavenging?
Yeah, because when you look at this, I mean, there's still occipital bone there, which you know that the C1 is going to be inside that occipital portion. So it would be so basically there was really not going to be, nor was there any damage to that vertebral column.
We also see irregular bony and soft tissue margins were consistent with canine scavenging. So that's really the only mention of canine scavenging. In Rania's, it's not listed as canine scavenging. Now that could just be because we're talking about two different people doing different reports, right?
Yeah,
one is saying animal. Yeah, how they were wording it. Right. Most of the head and the hands were missing, and that's a big one. You know, when I tell people that, especially people in law enforcement, you know, you can see their eyes widen when you start talking about what is missing. The heads, most of the heads and the hands are missing. It's not something that should be taken so lightly, and I think that's one of the big reasons why we were expecting the investigators not to guess so much on what happened and to just either say, you know, we have proof of it or we don't know. And those are simple things too, very simple.
Yeah, when you have people who have knowledge of crime scenes or bodies or death or decomp, you know, medical people, police officers, people who actually have a history within these workforce areas, looking at these autopsy reports, they're going to be like, excuse me? This doesn't make sense. But when you have the average Joe Blow citizen who doesn't have a background in these areas, they're going to take it at face value at what they say and go, oh, well, they say that, so it must be true. And it's like, you know, that's where I think a lot of times where cases are allowed to remain the way they are because the vast majority of people don't know and don't understand. And that's what departments like this who either don't want to investigate or choose to cover up, whatever the case may be, that's what they're counting on is the general consensus of those who have no knowledge, that they can tell them anything they want, and since it's coming from a person in a position of power, they're going to believe them. And unfortunately, that's true more oftentimes than not.
Most definitely. Many of the bones found were consistent with fragmented digit bones. The distal aspects terminate with absence of the hands. And here, multiple bone fragments, wavy dark hair, and white cotton were all mentioned under the internal evidence section of this report. Amongst this bony material are two mandibles. One shows numerous restorations. In addition, there are two fragments of bone with 2 and 4 teeth. Multiple irregular bone fragments range from 1.2 to 8 centimeters in size. When they say irregular, what does that mean? Is that...
it could mean several things, but more than likely they were either broken up, somehow they were not the shape that they should have been, however they got that way.
Like damaged, or, I mean, from a gunshot, or... Yeah.
You know,
regarding animals... Go ahead.
Again, I'm sorry, I keep cutting you off. We don't know if.
Okay.
My stance has always been that another dog was in this house because of the amount of white hair found everywhere, and Paleo did not have that much white fur. So could it have been due to another dog chewing up bones? Possible. Could it be due to were part of their facial bones, you know, broken up? Could they have been beaten? Possible. You know, there's just so many things that it could have been, but we don't know what it was. So, because they don't know what caused it, they've just put irregular.
So this could have been tied to blunt force trauma?
Depending on the bones, yeah. On what they're talking, which bone pieces and fragments they had, yeah.
Interesting. Regarding animal scavenging of Kamel's neck, the forensic pathologist wrote the anterior musculature, hyoid bone, and the, I can't pronounce that, laryngeal cartilages are absent due to...
Where are you?
I'm reading from the book. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Laryngeal cartilages.
Laryngeal cartilage are absent due to apparent animal scavenging. So they're blaming all of that. That's a lot to blame on the animal scavenging. And it's not really stated why they blame that on the animal scavenging.
Yep. And again, I want them to explain to me how a dog could get to her larynx if she's lying face down on a floor. How did he get to her face to eat it, but not the back of her head?
Can't.
Yep.
Not possible.
Exactly. They can't, and they don't explain that.
Right. All that remained of the neck was the exposed and intact cervical vertebral column. There is extensive bloating. So, bloating, how does bloating help with the decomp rate?
That is a definite sign of moderate decomp. That's what happens when the gases start to build up in the abdomen due to the tissues breaking down.
Let's see, hair was found on Kamel's right sock and anterior left leg. I thought that was kind of weird too, because it's not really, I mean, it just doesn't say what type of hair, human hair, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Hair everywhere.
Take note of that, because when I was reading your book and I came across that, I went to the reports and I made note, because what I find interesting is her, because again, my theory has been that she was positioned and placed there after all of this, and that the bodies were then staged once everything was done. Now, how is it that hair can be on the anterior or on the front part of her leg, the leg that is lying on the ground, but the posterior, the back part of the leg that is exposed to the elements and to this dog who's supposedly tracking all this hair and debris around the house, the hair isn't there. It's only on the front that is lying on the floor.
So does this show then that her body was actually moved at some point?
It doesn't necessarily show it, but it's a good indication that something's awry with their theory, because how did that hair get on the ground? And like you said, it doesn't necessarily state, and they don't know whose hair. Was it David's hair? Was it her hair? Was it Rania's hair? They should have, again, you would think they would go, okay, there's hair on the anterior portion of her leg, and that was on the floor. So whose hair is that?
Was she walking on somebody's hair? Or, yeah, I don't understand.
Right, her leg across somebody's hair. Yeah, I mean, and then if hair is on the floor prior to her being there. Now we know that from looking at photos of how she kept house prior to this incident. Now people tend to look at the police photos and they see stuff all over. And your first thought is, wow, they weren't very good housekeepers. But that's what the police did. They tend to tear things up as they're doing, collecting evidence. That's all normal. But when you look at her other photos of their house prior to that, she was actually a really good housekeeper. So I find it hard to believe that this hair would have been on the floor prior to, just due to a lack of housekeeping. So how did it get there? And that is, that just jumped out at me when I was reading this chapter in your book.
Yeah, it says her left sleeve of Kamel's sweater was frayed. And of course I had a hard, like, what do they mean by frayed? What is it frayed? But I guess it's kind of like, I guess like ribs, kind of. I mean, when I think of frayed, I think like those.
A fraying is where if it's knitted, which it probably was a knit weave fabric, where it starts to come apart. So it starts to unravel.
Okay. And it was weird because it was the left sleeve, not the right sleeve. We know both hands are missing. So that was another thing. I would expect it to be frayed on both sides, but maybe not. Maybe it's just more related to the sweater than anything else.
And again, you bring up an excellent point, because her left hand and arm is underneath her body, according to all of the reports from the police officers who were on scene. So that portion of that sweater was under her body. And like you said, her right hand was outside of the body. And the dog supposedly ate her right hand, but that sleeve is not frayed. However, the one under her body is frayed. And the dog can't even get to it. And they don't even bother to look into that further.
This is all stuff I think will hopefully one day help the case get reopened. I also found that it was interesting, still at the bottom of page 29 here. I think this is the last thing that I have on this page, but that she was wearing a Gray State shirt. And the reason why that was important is because we had heard so much about how Kamel didn't like this project. She wasn't for it, etc., etc. I just found it, I didn't, from reading David's post and from looking at all of the stuff there, it seemed like, she was his biggest fan. I didn't get the view that she was jealous of the whole Gray State project, that she felt that, slighted by it. I mean, she's wearing a T-shirt. I don't know. I just did not get that feeling that she had any issues with David's project.
And I agree with you, because everything that is filmed of her while they're doing David is doing the filming of the trailer, she is smiling, she's excited, they're talking, she's having a great time. I don't see one look on her face that says disgust, boredom, or anything. She's in it like everybody else. So, yeah, and I agree with you. Why would she wear a Gray State shirt if she's angry or jealous? That doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't fall in line with their theory, so I guess they just leave that out too.
Yep.
He had her reading the script. There was that clip of her he's like, so what'd you think of it? She's like, I wish I could watch it instead of read it. That's the only thing I hated about it. It seemed to me like she was, like you stated, his biggest fan. She was the one pushing him to do this. She was helping him. If she felt slighted by it in any way, she wouldn't have read it. She wouldn't have been standing with a computer on her head during filming. She wouldn't have been involved in it in any way. She wouldn't be happy about it either. Like, it's visibly, anybody who watches the videos with her in it, she's happy and smiling. She was promoting him, really.
Right. And then, she was quitting. Go ahead.
She was a model on the.
That's right.
For the T-shirt. It showed a picture of her smiling and with the front of the shirt, and then kind of looking back, showing the back of the shirt. If she didn't want to be part of it, he wouldn't have used her for that. He wouldn't have used her in the little snaps throughout his filming for the Gray State.
Yeah, well, I would go one step further. Just with that is, if David was jealous, if he was so jealous of her and all that stuff, I don't think he would let her do that. I don't think he would want his wife on a poster with a T-shirt, posing like that. So that to me was just more proof that he was not as jealous as some might want us to think.
Right.
Okay. Any final words on Camille?
Yeah. One thing I do want to add before we move on to David's is we know that according to the toxicology report, Rania was clean. There was nothing in her system. We know David was completely clean. They did the toxicology report. We'll talk about that when we get to him. But with Camille's, hers was clean with the exception of salicylate being found in her system, which basically is just aspirin. So, again, she is clean too. There are no drugs, no alcohol in their systems at all, none. And when they're doing the toxicology reports on their liver, since they're doing here, this will follow through to David's as well. But with Camille, when they do toxicology reports, toxicology on liver, they use the liver because it tends to hold in drugs longer because medications and everything tends to metabolize in the liver. So it will remain in the liver a lot longer than it would blood and urine. And when the liver drug tests come back completely clean, they had no alcohol, that means no absinthe, no marijuana, no drugs, nothing in their system, with the exception of Camille, who had aspirin.
And wasn't she prescribed ibuprofen?
That I don't know.
I'm pretty
there was
sure
some found at the house. Yeah.
Yeah, like on the in one of the drawers there was prescription for Camille of, I don't remember if it was $750 or $800.
Basically,
but
yeah,
it was ibuprofen.
She was just taking something very natural like aspirin, a pain reliever, and that was it.
Right.
They are clean. So the marijuana being on the dresser and that staging of trying to make it look like they were potheads is out the window. Their toxicology reports prove that's out the window. The theory that David was, loony and crazy due to absinthe, out the window. He had no alcohol in his system whatsoever. So all of those theories, all of those stories can be put to rest, according to the autopsy reports.
Interesting. Love it. Thanks for bringing that up, too. I think that's a huge point there.
Yes, thank you. I've been wondering what that is. Salicylate.
I mean, David had, I think he had back issues. He had some problems. So I was really expecting to find that here. I was expecting to find him on some painkillers or something like that.
Yeah, something because when the IED exploded and it damaged his legs and hurt his legs and his back, you would think, because he did state that he was in pain. However, I think he treated his pain with exercise because he was always exercising.
That's true. That is true. So for David, his autopsy begins at 11:40 a.m. on January 18th, 2015. No, that's not correct. The second press release happens at 11:40 a.m. on January 18th. 10 minutes later, at 10:50 a.m. is when David's autopsy begins. So by this point, they have already accused David of being guilty of killing his wife, his daughter, and himself. And 10 minutes later, they start to go over his body, which I did think that was, I don't understand why they were so quick to just, like they really needed to get the answer out first. But generally, we would want you to research first and then get the right answer, not just a answer. Go ahead.
Right, and the whole thing is that they had no results from anyone's autopsy. You know, toxicology had just been, you know, being done and collected, hadn't even been sent off yet. They had nothing, and then they just go ahead and they start calling it murder-suicide. And in fact, you know, you, I know you disagree with me saying this, but you know, I'm always like, because that Chief Reitschel or whatever his name is, Chief R. You know, he plainly states in a, you know, again, in one of those newspaper articles things where he says within 2 hours they knew. And it's like, they talk about jumping to conclusions. You can't walk into a house like that and say, oh, okay, we know what this is. I mean, I don't care how much you have. You need to investigate it.
That would have been nice.
Would have been.
Would have been logical, but, you know, not a lot of logic in a lot of the stuff we're seeing here. But, yeah, within 2 hours, within 4 hours, I mean, that's just crazy. There's no way. There's no way that they could possibly know.
Especially when they leave a house without, well, they still to this day don't have the bullet that killed them. So how can you walk out of a residence and say he committed suicide, but not retrieve the bullet that, or the fragment that killed them, or even you know, anything? They just Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Getting frustrated all over again. Here we go.
Sorry.
Well, they didn't have his bullet, and they didn't have the one tied to his daughter either. So
correct.
They are consistent in that basis. Consistent in missing bullets.
That's it. Look at the bright side.
I mean, at this point, yeah, look at the bright side. Go ahead, Stephanie.
I had a... So who puts all the things in the body bag? Like at the crime scene. Do we know that?
I don't know if that's the BCA. I'm assuming the BCA.
Or it could have been also the assistant that it's the name we've only heard or seen a few times, that Dr. Lelinski's assistant that showed up there with her. It could have been that person as well, but or was it the police? I thought I read somewhere. Now I can't remember.
Yeah, you're talking about Greg Spandl.
Yes.
Greg Spandl was the medical examiner investigator who was with her. Yeah, he's there, and that's it. He's done. His investigation is over.
Trying to figure out how the two mandibles got into the same bag.
Well, because the reports state that the bones, and this is, again, a good question, because there was a mandible found on top of the blue blanket, but where? But the reports state that any bone fragments, whatever was closest to that body, was collected and sent with that body. So that's probably why those mandibles were closest to her, so they just collected it and stuck it with her. And then, you know, let the medical examiner figure out who belonged to who.
That's right. Let's see here. I was just looking at some of the questions in the chat room too. So here we have David, the pathologist, was Jessica Lelinski, and Mitchell Morey is back. Detective Sean McKnight and Detective Brian Bone are both there during this process. And they have David weighing at 128 pounds. And again, that's going to be different from what they have him here, which is 180 pounds is what they have in the police files. So that's a big difference.
That's a huge weight.
Very important. Now, what would cause that? I mean, and maybe they're going by Well, I'm assuming, like, where did they get this 180 from? The 180 has to come from his driver's license?
Yeah, I would think
Right.
so. Either his driver's license or any medical records that they were able to get. But
That's
still,
still a big difference on 20.
yeah, when you look at him, he may not be a tall man, but he is a very fit, muscular man. So muscle weighs more than fat. And so, you know, well, okay, a pound of fat is still the same as a pound of muscle, but you know what I mean. He was very fit, and he had to have weighed a whole lot more than 128 pounds or 138 pounds. So why didn't they check that out?
Right.
I had it in my
And we had
head that Kamel was 120 pounds and he was 185 pounds.
That's close. That's close to what these documents say. So it's a big difference.
128 pounds for
David.
For David, not Kamel. Oh wow.
Yeah, Kamel. Yeah, Kamel was 85. She was found 85 pounds. Normally, at they said 130. David was found 128 pounds. Normally, at about 180. So it's a big.
Is that
difference.
normal for them to lose that much weight after death?
Not in any of the dead people I've ever seen. If they were 150 when they died, they were 150 a week later, you know? So I have no explanation as to why the drastic weight loss for either one of them.
Well, I would think drugs, you know, but again, we're looking at the tox, and there were no drugs in their system, so
they were completely
doesn't make sense.
clean. Yeah.
They were in the process of making food, so I don't think they had any issues like that. I don't know. There's no answer for that.
Yep, none.
You assume that it would be in their system. I mean, Pop's found in the house, so you assume it would be in one or the other system. But toxicology coming back negative for that.
And again,
well, why was it even open if it's not in either of their systems? Like, it's common in somebody who overdoses.
Well, and again, that all goes right back to the police not investigating, because especially when the toxicology reports came back, those take longer. But the moment they came back and they were sent to the police station, the police should have then looked at that and said, okay, there was marijuana open on their dresser. There was a bong in the bathroom that looked to have been cleaned right away or relatively within a certain time frame. But everything on their toxicology reports come back clean. They are clean of everything. So that then tells them the scene is staged. They should have then gone to look to see, okay, why was this placed here? Who placed that there? Because people who smoke pot but then, you know, kind of collect it and save it for later aren't going to leave it open and just sitting out.
No, they don't. If you're about to smoke, you would have it all out like that.
Right.
It being left like that points to a scene interrupted. But
or a staged scene.
Yes, or a staged scene. It's sadly nobody followed up on this. If David was alive and that came back negative, they would have done more follow-up so that they could continue to prosecute him and have him in jail for this crime. None of that was done. None of the things that you would normally see in cases like this, we'll say, where there's, I think they're called family annihilators. Like a person who just kills their whole family, just snaps and kills their whole family. To take them to court and show that they did this crime, there's follow-up questions. There's testing upon testing upon testing to prove what they say happened so that any judge or jury is completely clear on what happened and why that person needs to be put in jail.
Right.
With them saying David did this, there's no... it's almost reminiscent of, like, 1930s era detective work. You know, oh, well, they're all dead, the dog's alive, so the missing body parts are from the dog eating it. And the gun's by him, so he must have done it. Case closed. Like, there's no...
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I want to jump back to a point you were making, and then maybe we should probably get back to the autopsy report. But I think this goes along with the autopsy and with his mental status. The fact that they keep stating, and that Captain R in the little sloppumentary was stating, oh, well, we think he just snapped. That is an extremely rare psychological event. There was no evidence of David being under stress. There was no evidence that he was had flashbacks. There was no evidence that he was under anything that would cause him to have a reason to quote-unquote snap. And for someone to snap without reason generally doesn't happen. So nothing, and we know it wasn't due to alcohol, we know it wasn't due to drugs, we know it wasn't due to flashbacks or PTSD, we know all of that is fabricated and not true. So
right.
There is no rhyme or reason for him to have been accused of this crime. None.
Right.
Right. It also says David was identified by the dental records and the body tats. The problem here that I'm having with the identifications is the date that these reports are done on January 18th. The bodies aren't positively identified until January 21st. So I'm having another problem with that. How are they justifying this? At this point, the bodies, it sounds like the bodies should have been identified on January 18th. The positive ID is not mentioned in the AVPD press releases until January 21st. And someone could say, well, maybe they just waited until January 21st. Yeah, but they have, there are other AVPD press releases that say that bodies have not been positively identified. So I'm trying to understand this logic here. If they haven't been identified, is that because the Hennepin County Medical Examiner hasn't told the Apple Valley Police Department yet, even though the Apple Valley Police Department are in these autopsies, so they're there, so they know that the bodies have been identified? Why are they still saying after January 19th, January 20th, January 21st, that the bodies have not been positively identified?
Well, there's a difference between being tentatively identified and then positively identified. And they went on looking at photos, and the bodies were in the house belonged to. So tentatively, yes, those were more than likely the victims. So they can be identified as. But the positive, without doubt, identification comes after the medical examiner office then gets a copy of his dental records from the dentist. They make comparison with the teeth that they have, and then they can make the positive identification.
Gotcha. Makes sense. David's autopsy shows early to moderate decomposition, and that's evidenced by the skin discoloration, the marbling, slippage, blistering, and the mummification of the left hand and feet. Now, the mummification of the left hand, everybody can see what David's left hand looks like. There is an image, BCA 4777, shows you exactly what David's left hand what his left, I don't want to say a sign that his left hand was making, but you can see the condition of his left hand. And it is a very curious left hand, I think.
Well, yeah,
and one of the more weirder things.
Here's the problem I have with that, and this is what I just sent you in my email to, what was his name? Tom Lydon, the one who did his little expose on the news.
Yeah.
And I have not heard back from him, not hide nor hair, and this was my second email to him. But I pointed out to him, and I sent him both photos. When you look at the photo of the bodies in, I did some lightning and zooming in on that hand. And then you compare the position of the hand in that photo to the close-up of that photo of the hand being next, like the photo you're talking about. That hand is in two different positions. The first one with the body just lying there with his arm outstretched, the right finger, the index finger, is not next to the thumb like it is in the close-up photo showing the OK or the 666 or whatever the case may be sign. So who moved the finger? And that's why I asked Tom Lydon. I'm like, shouldn't you be asking who moved that finger? Here's the photo where it shows his fingers are all up and outstretched. Then you have a close-up where the right index finger is now touching the thumb. Who did that? These photos both were taken when the police got there and then during their time they were there. So the only people in that house to move that hand were either the police or the BCA. Who did it and why?
That's right.
We wouldn't have
let's
snapped.
see, anything else? It wouldn't have what?
The pointer finger wouldn't have snapped, like, off or broken in some way when it was moved?
Rigor mortis had already been gone. The fingers would have been pliable.
I didn't know that.
Well, and I did read somewhere, and well, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut. I'll go find that for our next one. So when I find it, then we can talk about it next time.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I do want to kind of wind this down here. Getting pretty close to the end here. I know this has gone a little bit longer, but that's okay. We're almost done with this, just looking at David's head. So due to the condition of David's head, they were unable to determine the entrance, the pathway, and the trajectory of the gunshot wound. So that shows that they tried, right? They tried to find the trajectory. No, okay, maybe not. Maybe not. They just looked at it and said, there's no point of even looking to figure it out. That's pretty odd. They did determine the bullet exited through the left parietal bone. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Kamel had more gunshots, so I can understand not being able to figure out where the entrance or exit was for her. But if he just had one, I mean, Randy was shot once, and it was pretty cut and tie to see where it came in and where it went out. If he was just shot once, shouldn't it be, like, the same? Like,
well, there's a difference because with Kamel, they could find the entrance wound, and so they were able to determine the trajectory. With David, they only had an exit section, so the entrance wound, that portion of the skull was not found, and so they had no way of knowing how it entered. They only know how it exited. So that could be why.
Which I think is weird, looking at the photo of David's head, right? I mean, even though it is kind of back and it's kind of hard to really see or to close up on, it's like, it looked to me like more of the left side was missing of his head than the right side. So I always found that kind of weird, how they were able to find the exit.
Well,
most of the left side of his head was missing.
Oh, but see, the left parietal bone was still attached. So that's the left side, so that was still there, and so they know where it came out. But since when a bullet is shot into a head, it could easily bounce around. So you can only know if there's an exit wound where it's coming out of. You don't know where it entered. Now, the exact opposite is true of Kamel, because they know where it entered, and they might not necessarily know where it came out. So they can determine how the weapon was positioned against her head to cause that entrance wound. But David's entrance wound is missing.
Gotcha. And I think what we're going to find next is, I mean, Catherine, when you were reading this, is this what led you down the blunt force trauma? I mean, is there anything that we're seeing here that lines up with the blunt force trauma that you found clearly in a couple of those photos, the crime scene photos?
No, nothing in the autopsy reports. In fact, that's why I went back to see, going, okay, this photo and this skull piece clearly shows blunt force trauma. So I went immediately to the autopsy reports to go, okay, they had to have mentioned this. But there is no mention in the autopsy reports at all. At least not here. Now, it's in the extensive, thicker medical examiner report. We don't know, and we will never know. Again, because by law, those are not to be released to anyone other than the families. The families can request, but anybody else can't.
But wouldn't that stuff be some of the basic things to mention? I mean, there's no reason...
Well, yeah.
Well, I guess there is a reason not to mention.
Exactly, because when they mention the larger skull piece, they just say that this large skull piece that then articulates well with the remaining calvarium. You would think that they would mention that the skull piece has indentations on it, but they say nothing. Not at all. And the indentations are clear. I mean, a 2-year-old could look at it and go, oh, look, there's marks. Compare that with a regular skull cap, and then you look at his, and I mean, you know, I hate to say this, but a 5-year-old could tell you that there's something wrong with David's scalp. Or I'm not sorry, not scalp, but his skull.
And so these skull bone fragments ranging from 1.5 to 14.5, is that would the image of the blunt force trauma, would that fall in line, would that fall into this category, 1.5 to 14.5 centimeters?
Well, what I did...
Or is that something different? Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess, wait a second, were you trying to ask me? I don't think I understood.
Oh, I'm just saying, so, where is it here? They were mentioned that skull bone fragments were found.
Mm-hmm.
And does that line up with the blunt force trauma image, or is that something different? And is
yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Yes. And what I did, and I know this isn't exactly scientific, but it's all we have at this point. If you look at the photos with the skull piece, they have a little measure marker tape thing, correct? And so what I did is I took a piece of paper on the screen, and then I took that and found out how much their centimeters were on that, and then measured it out on the picture of the scalp. Again, this is not scientific, but it's all we have at this point. And the dimensions were exactly that. For that skull cap piece was exactly what was found, and then that fit, that articulated well and fit with his calvarium.
Interesting. So this is where it says separately a non-articulating 8.5 centimeter maximum dimension skull bone fragment with a rounded defect along one edge with apparent internal beveling. That's pretty interesting. I noted that for some reason, but I can't remember why I noted that now. Rounded defect. I guess that was the rounded defect. So that would be... I guess I was trying to figure out what that rounded defect was. Most likely.
Well, I'm assuming that would have been either an exit or an entrance wound. It would have to be of some sort, but or We don't know. Could it have been from whatever weapon was used to hit them? They don't even, you're right, they don't even clarify. I'm reading that right now on page 3 of the autopsy report, and it just states rounded defect. But what type of defect?
Right.
Was it a complete round circle? And if it was a complete round circle, then they would have stated if it was a gunshot exit or entrance wound, because it would have had beveling. They don't speak of beveling, they just say rounded defect.
Oh, these guys. Let's see. So, examined separately from David's body at the time of the autopsy was a maxilla with well-preserved teeth. And I guess that was, it's mentioned here, so if it's mentioned here, that it's got to be tied to David, right?
Oh, that's okay.
I would assume so.
This goes back. Okay, I want to clarify now, because there were 2 mandibles found with Kamel, and I remember I stated that there was one on the blanket. It wasn't the mandible that was found on the blanket. It was the maxilla. And so that's why. Okay, I get it now. So now we don't have. I haven't seen any photos of the mandibles, but we have definitely seen that photo of the maxilla, which is what they're describing here. That was transferred with David. But they don't say if it belongs to him or not. It was just in the evidence bag, because that was on his body and next to his body, so it was transferred with his body. But they don't state who it belonged to.
And the maxilla is the upper or the bottom portion?
Upper. The mandible will be the bottom, maxilla is upper.
Okay, and the one found on the blue blanket is a...
That's the maxilla. That's what they're talking about right here.
Okay. Looking at the image, though, it kind of looks like David's maxilla is still there, right?
I did not see a maxilla on his photo. The whole front part of his face is gone. It's gone.
It kind of looks, I'll have to go back and look at that again. But where it's found, I mean, that's nowhere near David's head. David's head is, if you're looking at you're looking through the front window, if you're standing in front of the Crowley home and you're looking through the window, the maxilla on the blue blanket is found to the left, next to the bloody wall, but David's head is facing right, next to the Christmas tree.
Correct.
That's a long way for it to get over there. I mean, it just...
In an odd place, if the dog had done that, just to leave it there.
To leave it right there.
With no evidence of him gnawing on it or chewing on it, it would just drop it right there? No. It looks placed. Again, that looks staged as well. In my opinion.
Hardcore.
Yeah.
How hard is that to remove from a human head, from a body?
Extremely difficult. It's hard. That would not be an easy thing for a dog to do.
That's disturbing. This report also claimed Puleo was responsible for the absence of David's brain, the majority of his skull, the neck skin, neck soft tissue, neck muscles, the hyoid bone. I think at this point I was just so frustrated with what I was reading. I could not believe that they were blaming the dog for all of this stuff here. And it was very, very frustrating. So I just decided to just list all of the things that they were blaming the dog for.
Yeah, and not only
without anything. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Greg. I keep cutting you off. I'm so sorry. But it's interesting that they blame paleo for so much of this stuff, but yet this is one very picky dog. Very discriminating taste. It's going to choose just this, the hardest bones of the body, over what is easy to get to, easy to remove. But let's go for the hardest bones, and we're just going to eat them all up. I'm like, wow, really? Okay. How gullible do they really believe people are? I don't get it.
I don't either. I mean, you can see his left hand. Those fingers are they're just there. They're up there. You know, it's very easy to take those, but instead, the dog apparently only goes for Dave's right hand and doesn't touch the left hand. Yeah, again, it's baffling. Yep. Regarding the missing right hand, the distal right forearm shows intact smooth ends of the radius and ulna and irregularly contoured soft tissue, muscle, and skin. So does that line up with animal scavenging?
I'm trying to find that on the report.
The report.
Wait, that's internal. We need external. Okay, I'm sorry. What part are we reading? The remaining. Wait, where are you?
Yeah,
oh, it's actually regarding the missing right hand. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
The right hand is absent. The distal right forearm shows intact, smooth ends of the radius and ulna and irregularly contoured soft tissue, muscle, and skin. That to me does not say. And my first thought process on that is not dog scavenging. That could be consistent with a pulling away of a hand, or pulling, same thing like with the arm. Did somebody pull that hand off that? And I see nothing here that says dog scavenging.
That's very curious then.
Now, especially with the smooth ends of the radius and ulna, if a dog is going to be chewing on a hand to remove it from a body, if it could do that, there would be teeth marks. It would no longer be smooth. There would be, gnaw marks on those bones, and there's nothing. It's smooth.
It's smooth. That's a key. That's a key word too. That it was smooth. It's like, wait a minute. It says jagged, I believe, for one of the other body parts, but for this one, it's there's nothing mentioned like that. It's really weird. It's really odd. There's nothing consistent in this. So,
I agree.
I think that's about it. Unless you guys have any final questions here, we can go ahead and shut this podcast down. I did anticipate this one being a little bit longer because of all this, and because I knew I had 1,000 questions that I was going to ask you, Catherine. And you were able to answer everything for me, so thank you again. Thank you again for joining us here.
Oh, no, thank you for having me. The only thing I really want to reiterate, and I know I've said this 1,000 times, is I really once and for all want to put to rest the theories out there that have been going around about David being, drinking on drugs, and that's what caused him to do this. According to the toxicology reports, which were the samples were taken from his liver, tested from his liver, he was clean of all alcohol, all drugs, everything. His system was completely and totally clean. They will check the liver because the liver tends to hold on to drugs and stuff more because that's where things are metabolized, is in the liver, so it will be stored. And since the liver tissues were clean, he had not in anywhere, any time prior to, close to, near the time of their deaths, and I'm talking at least a month or two, maybe longer, prior to that, did he have, especially pot, that for sure was not in his system. Not prior to their deaths did he have any alcohol. He was clean. She was clean. Other than aspirin, Rania was clean. So those who are saying that the toxicology reports show them wrong.
Awesome. Great points. Stephanie, any final words before we shut this down here? Did we lose Stephanie?
Did we lose her?
We might have.
Okay, well, thank you.
Well, yeah, thank you very, very much. And next time we'll come back next month. Remember, we do these on the first of every month. This was the first live podcast that we've done. So I want to appreciate everyone, all of your efforts, all of your help to get the case reopened. That is the goal here, to get justice for this family, to let people know that David Crowley is not guilty, has not been proven guilty, and will never be proven guilty. And next month we will come back here and we will discuss the living room chapter. So I hope you all join us for that. God bless you all and have a great Sunday.
Hey everyone, thank you for listening to the Gray Stage Podcast. Before we get started here, I just want to remind you that if you haven't heard about Anchor, it's the easiest way to make a podcast. Let me explain. It's free. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast all in one place. Download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started. Within 24 hours of finding the bodies of David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley, the Apple Valley Police Department were treating the incident as a double murder-suicide. Authorities cannot prove David wrote Allahu Akbar in his wife's blood on the living room wall. Authorities cannot prove David wrote I have loved you all with all of my heart on the laptop in the kitchen. Authorities cannot prove David wrote Open the Rise most recent version, submit to Allah now on a notepad in his office bedroom. Authorities cannot prove the dog trapped inside the house ate David's right hand, both of Kamel's hands, and their daughter's right arm, since dog feces tests were never conducted. Authorities did not see the bullet hole in the living room ceiling or the bullet in the attic above until they questioned David's friend a month after the bodies were found. Authorities did not find a motive to support their accusations against David Crowley. Authorities did not find David's blood on any of the bullets at the crime scene. Authorities do not know when David, Kamel, and Rania died. What we know for sure is that David Crowley has not been proven guilty.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is April 19th, 2020, and we'll be covering another podcast here on the book by Greg Fernandez Jr. called The Gray Stage. Today's episode is Chapter 3, Suspicious Deaths. And I think we've got 15 bullet points to go over in this chapter. If you're following along in the book, it's pages 19 through 24. And joining us today will be Sophia, Catherine, Stephanie, and Greg Fernandez Jr. himself. Hello, Greg.
Hey there. Greetings from California.
And hello, Sophia.
Hello, greetings from South Texas.
And hello, Catherine.
Hi, everyone, and I'm here from Colorado.
And Stephanie, how are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm over here in Western New York.
Oh, perfect. And I am here in Minnesota, 30 miles away from the Crowley crime scene, and here we are 5 years later going through the book. Glad to have everyone here with us. It's a very interesting chapter. It talks about who arrived at the scene, what time, what their actions were, and what they did. And we've got some good things to cover. Where should we start off today, Greg? Should we start off with?
Yeah, let's start off with the first bullet point there, because the timeline, obviously the timeline of who came into the house, that's all very important. Who showed up at the scene, the timeline of who showed up at this scene, to me was very important to try to get in as many details to make it as easy as I could possibly do for people who really want to take a look at this case, who want to understand who showed up when, and who goes into the house, who doesn't go into the house, and all of that. So I think kind of breaking it up, it's kind of like a Jim Gummert timeline, because he is the lead detective in this whole case. So I kind of started there, where Jim Gummert was actually notified. Jim Gummert was notified at 2 p.m. about this case by Sergeant Greg Dahlstrom. And Greg Dahlstrom is a very important person because, as we covered in the last podcast, he was the first responder. He was the first person on scene, the first person to look through the window as an investigator or as a policeman. And so I thought it was very interesting
and just that Greg Dahlstrom is kind of he's like the front man until Jim Gummert gets there. And I don't mean front man as in a bad way. I just mean he's out front. He's the first person there.
Yeah, and he gets there. He's Sergeant Greg Dahlstrom. He's the first guy on the scene, and it looks like then they go on. Sergeant Gumbert, lead detective, he's the sergeant of the detective unit, basically the manager of that group, and so he was notified at 2 p.m. Dahlstrom's already there as the first, basically, responder on the scene. And once again, this is at 1051 Ramsdale Drive, Apple Valley, Minnesota, and they're responding to essentially just bodies, suspicious deaths, bodies, and a handgun at the scene. And so this goes over when they show up, when they arrive, and what they see. Who wants to start off with this? I would like to get your take on this piece, Catherine, as far as anything notable on page 19 here on your side.
On page 19 itself, not really. I really liked this chapter, though. I thought it was very informative. I really liked how, so far, Greg, it's interesting. I've stopped off at, I ended at chapter 3, so when you said we were going to cover chapter 3, it was like, that's really good. But, right now I really don't have much to say, just because I've been out of the loop for a little bit. Is it okay if I kind of take a back seat for a little bit until I can get caught up?
Oh, yes, no problem. Okay. One thing I will mention here, this is Dan, as Detective Gummert arrives at the Apple Valley Police Station, and six minutes later, a search warrant was filled out by Detective Brian Bone, and already it was signed by the district court judge, Karen Aspog, already. So the bodies were found at, what was it? It was a 1 o'clock p.m., and now we're at about the 3 o'clock time frame, 2 hours later, where they're getting search warrants and whatnot. The patrol officers were the first on the scene. Now the detectives are showing up, and they're getting what they need to go in, getting the warrants signed. And it says here that Gummert says that he proceeded to the residence to work with the patrol officers at the scene. And so at 3:30 p.m., and kind of goes through the timeline here, is at that point that the police department issued the first of their 5 press releases in this case. And the very first press release that went out to the public saying that the deaths were treated as suspicious. The words murder and suicide were not even mentioned in this first one. So this was just the initial responding officers located 3 deceased persons inside the residence, the first press release stated. And it said that the investigation into this matter is ongoing. So, and there also says it goes on to say that they're getting assistance from the Minnesota BCA, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, and also was assisting the Apple Valley Police Department detectives. And the phrase "the apparent murder-suicide" line is not even mentioned until the following day. So that's when we first get the murder-suicide narrative. Right now, it's just suspicious deaths, 3 of them, 3 bodies, and that's why Greg's got the title here called simply "Suspicious Deaths." Sophia, what's your thoughts on this first couple of paragraphs?
Well, I kind of found it interesting that just the time frame, the breakdown of what happened after the bodies were discovered, how the detectives stayed at the station. And now I understand why they did. It was because they were waiting for the search warrants. When I first started looking at this case, I couldn't understand why they stayed there for so long. And as we get further into this chapter, I'll have more to say because we haven't touched on it yet.
And I'll go to one more section here, because to keep in mind, the Apple Valley police officers, only 2 had actually entered the home after the 911 call came in. 2 entered to essentially clear the home, make sure no one else was in there. And once they found and confirmed the bodies are there, they got a hold of the dog, got the dog out with using a catch pole. And then it turned into a detective case investigation. And so, but without that search warrant, they weren't even able to get in and do their work yet, so they were waiting on those things to be done. Now, in the meantime, they marked off the property with the yellow police crime scene tape, and Brian Booth was there controlling the entry and exit of the scene using a crime scene log. So this kind of brings us up to date as far as people showing up on the scene. Greg, did you have anything to share here before I get to the next?
Yeah, just one thing. Because you have the first. Okay, so Greg Dahlstrom shows up at the scene at 1:04 p.m. Jim Gummert is not actually notified until 2 p.m. 4 hours later. Or I'm sorry, 45 minutes later. So the first question that I had is, how much did they do within that 45 minutes up until Jim Gummert was actually called? And of course, you can check that out in the first responders chapter. You can see everything that they did. As somebody who doesn't know anything about law enforcement or anything like that, I wanted to kind of document this so that people who are in law enforcement or people that know how law enforcement should treat this situation, my biggest question to make sure, the biggest question I have is to make sure that I want to know, did they follow the proper procedures through everything? And it's not because I want to play gotcha. It's not like I want to point out everything that they did wrong. I want to understand why they did what they did. Is it normal for it to take 45 minutes before the first responders notify Jim Gummert, and then they get everything signed and all of that? So that would be my first question, is how much did they also do in that 45 minutes? What did they do? So within 45 minutes, if reading these documents, if I'm correct in reading these documents, it took the first responders 45 minutes to first get the dog out and to clear that house. That's my only...
So I think that's fair to say, Greg. I also do not have a background in the detective and the investigation stuff, but I do know that because this was a Saturday, James Gummert was not working, and so he was at home that day, and so it took him a while to get to the office and to get prepared, because this is Saturday in the afternoon, so he had to just get there and show up to work. Then we have the patrol people showing up as actually the first responders to the scene, and then they determined that the bodies are there, which means now it triggers, we need detectives on the scene. So they had to call and notify them, and then also had to call the BCA. So that's a question that I've got, is what made it, this Apple Valley, they deal on average of one homicide per calendar year. And so there's 3 bodies there. Did that warrant them to say, let's get the BCA involved? Because Special Agent Beth Eilers was notified by the BCA Operations Center at 2:17 p.m. So right away they get the BCA involved. And that may be because, look, we need help, we need assistance, this is over our heads, or is that a normal thing? I don't know, but that's the only thing that really stood out for me. Anything else on this one, Greg? Or is Stephanie back?
Can I jump in for a second?
Sure.
Yes, Catherine, thanks.
Yeah, it is normal for them to contact the BCA, which is similar to the FBI for that. I don't know if it's for the entire state of Minnesota, but yes, in this type of situation where you have a murder and then, obviously there's a murder of some sort. The suicide thing came later. So yes, it would be normal to contact BCA. But my question to you, Greg, is now, did it take them 45 minutes to call Gummert, or did it take 45 minutes for Gummert to show up?
It took 45 minutes. It took 45 minutes for them to contact Gummert. If you look at the time from when the first responder was on scene at 1:04 p.m. up until the time that Jim Gummert was actually notified at 2 p.m. So maybe about 40 minutes.
Okay, do I have them mixed up? Should I be saying Dahlstrom instead of Gummert? But whoever it was, they were on scene for 45 minutes without contacting anyone else. Is that how I'm understanding this?
They were in contact with, based on the 911 call, right? Or not the 911 call, but the police audio. They were always in contact with the dispatch, but it doesn't sound like Jim Gummert had any contact until 2 p.m.
Okay, so, I mean, that is something that is not normal. If it would take them, even if they are speaking with the dispatch, it should not have taken them 45 minutes to determine that they needed to contact the investigators. So to have just 2 responding officers show up on scene and then talk to dispatch for 45 minutes, that is not right.
Interesting.
If I could jump in for a minute, the other murder-suicide case that I looked at that happened in Apple Valley 18 months after this case, the BCA was not called in for that one. The detectives just collected the samples, and there weren't any tests run or anything like that. They just collected the...
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. On that one, Sophia, was it obvious and not to say anything's really obvious, but was it more obvious or clearer that was a murder-suicide, or were there some questions? I can't remember how that case went.
They came to that conclusion immediately.
Okay, so
almost as immediately as this case.
Yeah, and
I would
honestly.
Go ahead, Dan.
This is Dan. I was just going to jump in and say that was more, Catherine, I would call it more straightforward. They didn't have the Quran, the blood writing on the wall, dog running around, hair all over the place, and blood all over the place. There was just two dead bodies with a pistol. But maybe that's
that
why.
Is true.
I'm not sure. But it was more straightforward is how I would call it.
Yeah, that's a good way to word it. Yes, I agree. Thanks. That helps.
Does the physical appearance of the bodies, would that have anything to do with it as well?
Personally, I think it does, because the Crowley case, it was a pretty gruesome scene.
Yeah.
What was the decomp time for that other case?
Good question. I was just thinking.
Oh, it was just about 12 hours.
Oh.
Yeah, it was the same day, I believe.
Yeah, it happened the night before, and they discovered them in the morning time.
Yeah, they did have cats in that other case, but no dog.
Yeah, they did.
And there's no evidence that cats ate on the bodies, even though some people have brought that up. The cats do, in some cases, eat on bodies. I don't know. It's a horrible thought, but it should not be what the investigators who show up at a house, that should not be one of their first thoughts, is that, the dog ate these bodies. But of course, because of Judy's 911 call, they have to take that into consideration just by default, because there is a witness there, and this is what they said.
And it's so crazy because they blame Paleo for everything. And so many people, this is only because the documentary left the information out, and I believe that they did it on purpose. But the dog food is right there on the floor. And he had
2 bags, right.
He had food to eat.
That's left out of the police documents too. I don't remember reading anything about the dog had a food source.
You're correct. Yes, they did leave that out of the police reports too.
I mean, there was
the only way that we know is because of the photos.
Right. There was an open box of dog treats on the kitchen counter, I don't know if that dog could reach up there, could jump up there, but it's there.
So this is not along with what you guys are talking about, but I did figure out page 19 is not page 19 on a PDF.
Correct.
For anybody looking at the PDF, 19 is actually 36.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, good. Thank you for that. Thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you, Stephanie.
I was looking at 19 on that, and it's way back in the first couple chapters where we're talking about what the neighbors saw and everything, and I was trying to find where Dan was reading, and it wasn't even in there. So
that is good. I will make sure that I note that in the future, because I do expect that more people are going to be looking at the actual PDF, that free PDF that anybody can download right now.
But this all, with as fast as they got that warrant to go on in, why did it take Detective Gummert longer to get there? I mean, is that just
Gummert
standard
was
that he doesn't need to come yet, or?
Well, he was on scene at 3 p.m. So at the Crowley house. He was at the Crowley house by 3 p.m. So Gummert is actually notified at 2 p.m. He goes to the Apple Valley Police Department, and by 3 p.m., Gummert is at the Crowley house. Now, the search warrant isn't filled out by Detective Brian Bone until 3:06 p.m. So he's kind of there. They're kind of almost just like how Dan was saying, they're kind of like waiting for the right, until they have that, which is good. That shows me that they were following up until now. They
standard operating procedure.
Thank you. Absolutely. That's the way that I read it anyways, and that's very important, because we have people that do not want the investigators to talk to us. They want the investigators to think that we're just here to point out everything that they did wrong. We're here not being fair towards them, and they need to understand that that's not true. There are some things, obviously, there's a lot of things that they could have, should have, and would have done, but when we're talking about just these basic things, so far, I don't know what everybody's view is on that, but so far everything looks SOP.
And I agree with you, Greg. It's like Dan was saying earlier, the best explanation as to why it took them a while, at least until 3 o'clock, to get there, and even Detective Bone to even get to the judge. I mean, it's a weekend, and it takes time to get dressed and get in the shower and get to work and then get the warrants filled out and then wait for the judge to show up. All that takes time.
Yeah, and I'm glad that was pointed out, that this is a weekend. I don't know if I pointed that out in the book either. I'll have to go back and check that, but that is a great point there. Now, the first, like Dan was saying, the first person from the BCA was notified at 2:17. So within 17 minutes, I don't know if it was Gummert that contacted the BCA to let them know that we need somebody there just in case. But we just know kind of who showed up when they were documented to show up when. So she's kind of she's the first BCA person. Jim Gummert is the first detective to be notified. And these two people are going to play a very key role in this chapter here, I think.
Well, I was wondering if anyone, has anyone ever spoken with Sergeant Dahlstrom? Reading his reports, he seemed to be very on point. He didn't seem to leave anything out. But I am curious as to why, because he seemed like he was one of the more senior, my take, could be totally wrong, but he seemed to be one of the more senior officers where he had a little bit more experience. So I'm curious as to what his explanation was for waiting 45 minutes to call the next person to say, hey, we need you down here.
Right. And is that because it took them 45 minutes to clear the scene, because they first cleared the scene and then they got the dog out first and then cleared that scene? To me, that's the only thing that would make sense why at some point Greg Dahlstrom must realize, okay, we need to let Jim Gummert know, but I don't know. I think that's a valid question.
And this is Dan. I want to jump in too. I mentioned earlier that it was Dahlstrom that retired from the force. That is incorrect. It was Broughton. Officer Broughton later retired. So Dahlstrom is still there, I believe, to this day. But yeah, you're right, Greg. They get there. They do all the right steps. I believe they assign someone to do the log of people coming in and out. The BCA crime scene specialists both show up. That's Joe Cooksley and Beth Wolf. And then we've got Detective Tommy Booth on scene, Detective Brian Bone, and Special Agent from the BCA's Chris Olson. So they get in. Brian Bone smells this strong odor that he knew was decomposing bodies. Brian Bone, the detective, starts taking photographs of the crime scene. They see the Allahu Akbar written, which appeared to be in blood. They notice dog feces on the floor, and they go on to say that the front door was secured, no signs of forced entry. They check the doors and windows, all are locked, and they were intact. And they go out of their way to say the thermostat was set at 68 degrees in a hold position. And so this was January once again, so that would make sense. They noticed some Christmas tree lights were on, and they noticed an open laptop on the kitchen island. And so I think the steps that were taken when they show up all are legit in my belief. They're all doing their steps and not stepping on other things, and they're not overstepping their bounds. They're doing what they need to do, and they see the adult male lying on his back, and so we're getting some of those steps next, and I'm on to page 21 in the paperback.
Okay. Yeah, because Catherine brought up a great point about Greg Dahlstrom, and that's the thing. Is the reason why Greg Dahlstrom was the guy who contacted Jim Gummert, is he because he was senior, like a senior officer, or is it also because he was the first person who was on scene, or is it just some other issue? And maybe to a lot of people these aren't questions that we have the right to ask, but these are questions that I would ask people who are in law enforcement. How does this work? How does all of this stuff work? Because I'm trying to understand these process. This whole chapter is really just trying for me to try to understand these processes, to get people's feedback, people who are in law enforcement, people who have family, friends in law enforcement, to understand, to make sure that everything that they're doing here is proper. SOP.
In the handwritten log of who was there, it says investigator Tommy Booth, investigator Brian Bone, and then Sergeant Greg Dahlstrom. So from that, I would take a very risky guess, because I don't know rank of police officers or investigators or things like that, but I would assume that he is higher than them, so they would have to ask him to come in with them, like to help them figure out how to deal with it, maybe, what to do.
Right, because Gummert is also a sergeant. He's a detective, but he's also a sergeant. So for me, who, again, doesn't understand all that stuff, it's a little confusing there.
Right.
And Dahlstrom may have been sergeant on duty at that particular time from the traffic response, from the patrol guys.
he may have been the manager on duty, whereas Gummert's the manager on duty for the detectives. Dahlstrom may have been just a patrol sergeant.
Interesting.
But yeah, both of them are sergeants.
Okay.
One last thing about that, since you brought up the that list of who's going in or who's showing up at the scene, what times these investigators, officers, everybody shows up at the scene, what time do they leave. There are two names here that I don't know that are even mentioned in any of the documents that we have, Sheriff Brian Olson and Sheriff Thomas Jacobson. Now, I'm assuming those are deputies, not necessarily sheriffs, but they are deputy sheriffs from the Dakota County. But I don't remember them really being mentioned anywhere. And looking at the times that they show up, maybe that's, I don't know.
Well, here's a question on that, Greg, because the Sheriff's Department and the Police Department are two separate entities. The Police Department generally takes care of things that happen within a city limits, and then the Sheriff's Department in the county limits. Has anyone done an FOI on the Sheriff's Office?